serenade each other with careless melodies. Something very deep inside us, major and divine, like the animals made for me. Made for me. Couldn't stop the world from turning. It was like a whirlwind, scattered us like leaves. But I'm stuck inside a feeling, a song that never leaves. We were like a symphony. Play for me. Play for me. It must be like you. The bird of everything we I try to play, you don't need to see me cry, 'cause you don't understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm feeling so wrong about my business and ready to save the world, I'm taking my misery, making my risk, giving everyone's favorite girl. But I can't even stay away, I've never been so way away. Nobody but me can keep me safe, I'm on my way. Hello, sweet reef. I know you will be the death of me. Feel like I'm running after ecstasy. I am drowning in an endless sea. Hello, there's a misery that knows no end. Oh, you and everything I am. You make sure I never forget. I wish that I did not know we're all broken up, but so I wish that my heart was this one. Yeah, you have to let me know. Oh, song. Goodbye, my love. You were everything my dreams made up. We'll be friends and I'm crying down. If I only want break the cold. I wish that I did not know we're all broken up but cold. I wish that my heart was made of stone. Yeah, if I was to let go. what does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Oh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They weigh me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Disgusted with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain way, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm trying to live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Oh. Let the animal
show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Music keeps me on alone. You got the feeling. The music keeps me singing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me on alone. You got the feeling. The music keeps me singing. Music keeps me dancing.
Buscando mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerra y más. De darle la línea fuego y de meter la mano. Dice que mis errores también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy a volar de paseo. De mi propio camino seguir lejos de ti.
I'm on my way. looking at each other with careless melodies. Something buried deep inside us, the major and the minor, we're like piano keys. You play it for me. Is this a place that I come home to find what I have become? Walk along the path unknown. Will it play for me? Take me right down. I don't think I can. There's a
let's go.
You're watching me, but I'm in love. When I get caught, there's a kind of blackout in the west. They may hold. So I walk into the dead of night. Turn my monsters like to hide. They are so good inside. No, no. La la, la la, la la, control again. All we do is pain and not the pain. I lost control again. I don't know who I am. All we do is pain and not the pain. I lost control again.
Let's go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and we are ready to rock and roll. It is Thursday. We are getting set for our free YouTube day, getting ready for this brand new opportunity. I hope every single person here is showing up excited, showing up motivated, getting ready to rock and roll on this day. Got a big, healthy stack of flapjacks in front of you and making sure that you guys are getting the carbs in that you need. Get a little calories, getting ready to burn, baby. You know what I'm talking about? It is Thursday, 8:05 a.m. We got about 2 hours till the stock market opens on up, and let's start talking about what we are going to be seeing today. What stock has the most opportunity? What plays could start breaking on out? Where are we going to be able to make our money? And right now, we are sitting on our hands. If you're saying, Deck, you're coming in a little hot today, what do you got for us? Well, at this moment, I'm not in on anything. At this moment, I'm sitting back here for a second. At this moment, I'm saying to myself, hey, don't put myself in any sort of position where I'm just going to lose. I'm not seeing anything that's gapping up, spiking, stealing the show, getting any sort of crazy momentum. I am just kind of waiting and watching and staying patient. Well, Deck, what about BHAT? BHAT is up 82%, $4 million in float. BHAT, you are correct. We do have a number one top gainer, only $4 million float. Definitely could go on some sort of nice rip and run. The only thing I don't like about BHAT, which you probably already could see, is just the fact that BHAT is downtrending at this moment. BHAT, if you said, hey, is this stock going up or down at this time? What would you guys say? BHAT, in my eyes, this is going down. BHAT, it has more shorters. It has more sellers than it does buyers. It has more people basically selling off the share or jumping in on the short side, rather there are people picking up shares or buying into the stock. So BHAT, not a bad play at this moment. It is the number one top gainer, only $4 million in float. Came out with a press release last night. And when you take a look over on BHAT, you do have an 84% gain 16 hours ago. It says Blue Hat Interactive Entertainment, which is BHAT, terminates its previous proposed shelf offering. So remember, team, an offering is when we put more shares out to the public. It makes all of the other shares less valuable. As more shares, more supply. That means, again, anything that was out there becomes less valuable and drops. But now they just said, hey, we terminate that. We're going to terminate our proposed self-offering. So guess what? Now everyone's saying, woohoo, we're pumped about that. And now the stock went on a very nice rip and run. Is it saying it has positive drug results? No. Is it saying that they have a partnership with Apple? No. It's basically just saying, hey, we were going to do something, now we're not going to do it. And now BHAT is getting a nice little pop back on up. So this is a play that I think is decent, but I don't know if it's going to steal the show. I don't know if it's going to steal the hype. I don't know if it's going to go crazy. I don't know if it's going to have a tons of, ripping and running potential behind it. So BHAT, at this time, I'm just kind of more sitting back on this. We could see it has a downtrend. There's no reason for me to just start investing thousands of dollars into it. And that's the thing that you guys are doing. You guys are investing thousands of dollars in on these plays. Make sure if you are putting your money in on these plays, you're putting them in for a good reason. Exactly as Kay Higgs is saying. You have to have a credible reason as to why. So what else do we have here? What about FSTX, the number 2 top gainer? Deck, we got an 18 million in float, number 2 top gainer with a 71% gain over on FSTX, 70% 39 minutes ago. And it says INOX Pharma is to acquire F-Star at a Pioneer next generation biospecific discovery platform. I haven't seen this press release. I haven't read this press release, but if I had to take a guess on this, I'm going to assume that they're going to get acquired at a certain price, right? So let's see if we can find that certain price. And I just want to post this press release for everyone just because I did not post this over in chat. All right, so after this right here, bada bing, bada boom. All right, so let's see what we have here. Is there a certain price on this play? If we read to it, it says that the outstanding shares of F-Star common stock will be at $7.12 per share. So where are we at right now? We're at around $6.80. So the stock could potentially go up another about 30 cents, but it's not going to go any higher than $7.12. I wouldn't be shocked if this just slowly moves up, maybe 10 to 20 more cents. But when we've talked about it a million times, traders, we never play stocks that really have acquired, because when you get acquired at a certain price, you usually just sit at that certain price, over and over and over again. You just move sideways, right? We don't really see much hype. We usually don't see much attention. We usually don't see any sort of big time breakouts in any sort of way. Most of the time, whenever you get acquired, guess what happens? Number one, it'll look like OBCI. Remember OBCI from yesterday? OBCI stock had a very big gap up because they got acquired at around $13 per share, and it just moved sideways throughout the entire day. And that's it. And that's all we see. Just stocks move sideways, sideways, sideways. And that's just, a little bit of an example. So right here, you could see BHAT, we don't really need it at this time. FSTX, we don't really need it at this time. So what else could we be looking at? Well, Deck, what about the number 1 top gainer this week? Well, what was the number 1 top gainer this week so far? What about REV? REV's been a good ripper and runner. REV was a top gainer last Thursday. It was a top gainer on Friday. It was a top gainer on Tuesday. It was the top gainer on Wednesday. What about REV today? REV needs to get back above $8, but I would be surprised if this one started going on a monster spike. I would say best case scenario for longs would be the stock gets back up near around like 840 to 850. I think best case scenario, it runs back up towards some of its old highs. If we go back to a 5-minute time frame right here over on REV, I would say somewhere back up towards around that 840 mark. That's where I think, its top would be today. I think REV basically has had so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days in a row, and traders may say, hey, let's start shorting this. Hey, let's start taking some profits. Hey, let's go ahead and see if this stock is going to go in the red. Hey, let's go ahead and try to make as much money as we can on the short side now. Let's basically sell off our shares. So, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I think REV is possibly coming down to an end. I don't know if REV is going to be able to hold up very well. I don't think REV is going to have a lot of spunk left into it. This is a play that's slowly fading on off. Just like, again, other plays fade on off. AERC. AERC has been fading on off, and this one has been getting weaker and dropping and dumping and fading, and AERC really hasn't had a lot of big attention towards it, has it? Stock, had a massive rip and run, but, guess what? The stock could easily maybe get a bounce play off that 13 EMA. Who remembers the one play that kept, constantly getting bounced off that 13 EMA? Wasn't it SIGA? SIGA, this stock kept bouncing off its 13 EMA, and also a little side note, SIGA is moving up at this time. SIGA, this stock did come out with a press release this morning, came out right at 8 o'clock, says announces $13 million of international procurement orders. So if we basically have a $13 million order, that's bringing $13 million to the company, right? That's very nice to see. So SIGA, this one is trying to move itself on up. It is trying to get some hype. It's trying to get some activity. And SIGA has been an interesting play. The stock basically has gone from $7 all the way up to $15, fell $15 down to $8, went from $8 to $15, went from $15 back on down to $10, went from $10 to $14, went from $14 down to $9, went from $9 back up to $13. SIGA has been a little bit odd. It's been straight up to straight down to straight up to straight down to straight up to straight down to now back straight up. It's tough to play the stock because what do you think could be happening next? Well, what's after straight up? Usually straight on down within the next day or two. So it is a little difficult to want to jump in on SIGA, but there is a credible PR behind it. There is a credible press release, which is making this one of my favorite plays at this moment. Now, going into, let's say, the actual market, the S&P 500 here, the S&P 500. This is going to try to break what area today? This is trying to break that 379, 380 mark. If the S&P 500 can break through that 379, 380 mark, we should see another rip and run, possibly all the way up to 383, which is going to be that 13 EMA mark. But I don't think this is a top. I think this is going to be another little relief rally before we start dropping back on down towards some new lows. So make sure you guys are using your head. Make sure you guys are being smart. Make sure you guys are saying to yourself right now, hey, you know what? It's 8:14 in this market. Don't put yourself in on anything that you are not 100% confident in. Sometimes traders wake up at 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, and they say, Deck, I haven't made a trade yet. And I say, that's okay. The stock market's not even open. Could you imagine being upset that you haven't made a trade and the stock market hasn't even been open yet? That's like going to a football game. You go to a Jets game, a Giants game, an Eagles game, whatever, and you're like super angry about the score. Oh man, I'm so angry about the score. And your friends are just like, hey, maybe you should ease up on the tailgating a little bit. The game hasn't even started yet. The game doesn't even start. The kickoff isn't until 9:30 a.m. Right now, we're just in the parking lot playing some cornhole, having a hot dog, right? We're not even in the stadium just yet. So everyone take a little bit of a step back, relax. No reason to put yourself in a position just to lose. Stay smart, and let's wait for a better play. Let's wait for a better opportunity to present itself. 8:15 in the market right now. We got about 45 minutes until we kick off the morning commentary. We got about an hour 15 until the start of the day. And let's get ready to rock and roll. Let's get ready to get after it. Let's get ready to have some fun. Let's get ready to see what stock is going to get that best breakout, best move, best rip, best run, best climb. But I just wanted to jump on the mic right now to let you guys know at this time that stock market has been moving up the past few days after the worst week since 2020. So we are having a little relief rally at this moment. I'm not touching anything in the blue chip world. And then at this time, I'm also sitting on my hands right now because I know we still have another hour until the market even opens. I'm looking for something to steal the show. I'm looking for something to step up. I'm looking for something to say, hey, this is going to be the best play of the day. Maybe the best play of the day is going to be some new IPOs. Remember yesterday, we saw PEV. PEV went from 350 and ripped all the way up to 830, fell on down to 606. Hey, let's see if this could start getting some hype. We also saw, I believe it was AEDU, I want to say it was. Let me see. I will correct this here. We have VEDU. VEDU. This play is a newer IPO, not super new. It came out last month, but this one's trying to get a little bit of hype. Just want to keep my eyes peeled to see if maybe any sort of these new IPO stocks start getting any sort of big attention, big hype, big momentum, start taking on off in a stronger manner. We could see if there's any sort of new IPOs coming out today, where we have upcoming IPOs this week total. What do we have here? We have Ivan Electric, symbol IE. The week of 6-20. I don't think that has come out yet. Let's see, IE. So maybe that's going to be coming on out today, right? Mobilecom, MOB, coming on out at 465. That's only going to have 2 million in float. So let's watch, IE and maybe MOB today to see if these are going to start getting any sort of momentum, take on off, get some hype. But let's just go nice and easy, traders. Don't put ourselves in any sort of bad position. Stay smart, stay ready to rock, and make sure that you guys are getting fired up on this day. It is a brand new start of the day. It's a brand new opportunity. We, again, was able to make $1,200 yesterday. We were able to make upwards around $800 on Tuesday. We've been crushing it week after week, trading every single day, nonstop. I want you guys to start getting excited. I want you guys to start getting motivated. It is a free YouTube live stream day, so if you guys are on the live stream right now, if you guys can, just take 1 second out of your day and smash that thumbs up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel if you guys have not, just so you never miss a beat, just so you never miss an upload. Make sure you never miss a live. Smash that thumbs up, everyone, and also make sure you guys are subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. But let's make sure we're staying smart right now. You guys are, again, just saying, hey, Deck, check out PGY. PGY, ooh, yep, this is another kind of new IPO play. $6, ripped up towards around $14, just came back down to $7. A lot of just weird, random new IPOs are trying to get some hype towards them today. Stay smart. No forcing. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Give it about 40 minutes, and let's see what comes on up next. Sound good? Hey, Ladies and gentlemen, traders of all sorts, ages, kinds, let's do it, baby. Let's get ready to rock. Let's get ready to dive into it, and let's have some fun. I'll see everyone back here in about 40 minutes. Everyone go get excited. Everyone go put on your favorite outfit, take it off, jump in the shower, put your favorite outfit back on. Sit down at your computer, go play a game of Minesweeper. I want you guys winning Minesweeper at least 17 times before you come back into the chat room. After you come back down, you'll be again feeling like a winner. Minesweeper winner, ping ball winner. You got a good pancakes in you, and you're looking absolutely fabulous. I'll see everyone back here in 45 minutes. Get it going. Jump in the cold plunge right now. Steam out the lungs. Go get a 4-mile run in. Hit 3,000 burpees, and let's get ready to go. I know you guys are all writing this down. I am very proud of you. We got an awesome day, an awesome lineup today. Let's see what we have. See you guys back here very soon. You guys know it, baby. Ah-hoo-hoo-hoo!
nice reality. You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see you alive. Was it all in a fantasy? We only imaginary.
let's go. Let's go.
I never seen anybody do that thing you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I make you do it all again. They say, kiss for me, kiss for me, kiss for me, oh. Kiss for me, kiss for me, kiss for me, oh. Kiss for me, kiss for me, kiss for me, oh. Kiss for me, kiss for me, kiss for me, oh. Kiss for me, 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 oh.
see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality. You set me by your starts to roar. The lightning wakes the wave, but through it we are brave. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but I would walk 1,000 miles to see you rise. You are not alone, we are family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality. Staring at each other with careless melodies. Something very deep inside us, later in their mind, like the end, they for me. They for me. to see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality.
Everything's never lie. Don't see myself inside. Why can't I get it right? I don't know. You always watching me fall. Shadows they light my wall. Why do I feel so small? I don't know. So I walk into the dead of night, where my monsters like to hide. They are so good inside. No one knows. I control again. All we do is save and not to pay. I lost control again. I don't know who I am. All we do is save and not to pay. I lost control again.
Let's go.
I used to be in the grave, but really I lost my faith. But it's not with the pain, it ain't home. You watching me, but I'm below. When I get caught, I won't. There's a kind of blackout in their west, they may home. So I walk into the dead of night, where my monsters like to hide. They are so good inside, no one knows. I lost control again. All we do is save and not to pay. I lost control again. I don't know who I am. All we do is save and not to pay. I lost control again.
Let's go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are excited about today because we are back and we are diving in on it. Happy Thursday, you absolutely beautiful creatures, you absolutely studs, dimes of dimes, Greek goddesses. You shouldn't be sitting on your chair right now. You should be sitting on the top of Mount Olympus. Baby, we got a great day ahead. Great things planned, great things in store. I hope everyone's all set, ready to rock and roll on their day today. Just got out of their cold plunge. Just again consumed over 5,000 calories. Just woke up on their again $10,000 Tempur-Pedic mattresses. We are all set, ready to go. And I hope you guys are bringing the same exact enthusiasm, same exact energy, because we got no time to slow down. We got no time to waste. And we are, of course, going to be diving right on in on this day. Happy Thursday, everyone. Whew. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it, baby. Absolutely nailed it. We got PEV on watch right now. That's the stock we're going to be keeping our eyes peeled on. Got a lot to talk about the stock market. Got a nice little relief rally. We got boot camps going on. I mean, it's going to be an action-packed next 3.5 hours. That's all I could say. I'm looking to make some money today. $2,000 target is the goal. Then we'll dive into our boot camp, but we'll see where we're really going to be able to come out on top. Will it be a brand new IPO such as PEV? Will it be, let's say, REV, a previous top gainer? Or will it be something that's completely brand new? We have been seeing the penny stock market has been hot. We've been seeing a lot of big activity. We've been seeing a lot of big momentum. We've been seeing a lot of big time action. And we have been seeing a lot of big time profits. So let's keep this party going. Let's make sure you guys are waking up, get ready to go. I know, again, some people wake on up and they're all scared and they're all, so tired. Ladies and gentlemen, It is 9:07. Wake up, people. We are ready to rock and roll. Last night, I slept in. I slept all the way until 3:30. I got 15 minutes of sleep. That's 7 more than what I usually get. You know what? We got on up. We hit 10,000 burpees, went on a 20-mile jog, and now we're all set, ready to go. If you are not feeling what I'm feeling, well, again, please start feeling me, and I'll start feeling you. Let's feel each other. Let's have a wonderful day ahead. All right, team, time to start breaking down these plays. Start making this money. Make sure every single trader is ready to rock and roll on it. And we're going to break it all down right here. Number one play that we're going to be watching is going to be PEV. PEV. This is the top stock of today. This is the play that every single person will be watching at the start of the day. Let's break it down. Let's make sure everyone has this on their watch list. And let's make every single person good to go. Little side note, if you guys do not get my morning newsletter every single day, it's 100% free. We sent out the free YouTube link today, talked about some trades we made yesterday, talked about a few stocks we want to be looking at, and very importantly, we want to have my watch list. The stocks that I'm going to be focusing on at the bell, the stocks that I think have some of the most potential behind them. So make sure you guys are getting this morning newsletter. You guys can go to tradecaster.com, hit up the blue circle in the bottom left-hand corner, and just make sure you ask them, say, hey, I don't get the emails every morning. Please, add me to that email list. All right, but what do we have going on with PEV? Every single trade we make, if you cannot teach someone else about that trade, you shouldn't be getting in on that trade. You guys would be shocked on how many traders I talk to daily that I say, why did you trade PEV? And they say, honestly, I don't know. It's just like everyone else was trading it. I want you to be able to explain. Before you jump into a trade, make sure you can explain to someone else why you're jumping in on it. So let's go over all your reasons on why you would trade it today. Number one, PEV is a brand new IPO. Notice when we take a look at a daily chart, there has only been probably about 7 to 8 trading sessions that PEV has even been alive. I always think about it as essentially like a newborn. It's a newborn baby, right? It's a new kid at school. He's only been in school now for the past 8 days. It's very tough to judge someone after, let's say, only a week. Do you guys remember back in, let's say, middle school, back in high school, all of a sudden the new kid would show up coming out of Ohio or something, and then everyone would be like, oh, is this kid cool or not? It's like, oh, I don't know. He's only been here for the last, 8 periods. We don't really know anything about him. This kid could turn into the coolest kid in the world, or the kid could be a weirdo, right? We really don't know anything about it. And same exact thing with PEV. PEV could turn into the next GameStop, or it could just turn into another little penny stock dud that doesn't do anything for us whatsoever. So what are the potential? Well, the potential that we'd all want to see on PEV is for it to turn into essentially like an ISPO. ISPO, 3 days in school, and all of a sudden went from $13 all the way up towards $107. We have seen DWAC before. Stock went all the way from $12 and spiked all the way up to $175. We have seen over on CPOP before. This stock has gone from $12 and has spiked all the way up to $78. We have seen massive rips and massive runs off of new IPOs. IPO stands for initial public offering. It's the first time traders are able to trade. The public is able to trade that certain stock. Now, when this happens, there's no past chart history. There's nothing to slow this play on down. Now, you might be getting excited right now saying, wow, I want to find a CPOP. Wow, I want DWAC. I want these stocks to go on these $100 rips and runs. I want it to go on an ISPO type of climb where we can turn, let's say, a $2,000 account into an $80,000 account within 24 hours. It happens. It's crazy. But let's be realistic. The majority of new IPOs, just being straight up with you, do not do this. The majority of new IPOs, I would probably say 95% of them, usually just end up opening on up and then just crashing on down. So, PEV, even though a lot of traders are kind of talking and saying, wow, let's turn this into the next big one. Yesterday, PEV went all the way from $3 and ran all the way up towards around $8. A nice $5 spike. If you had a $3,000 account yesterday, you could have made $5,000 from PEV. That's the crazy thing about this. That's the wild thing about PEV. But I still have to play this as a put the odds in my favor. The odds are in my favor on the short side. They are. The odds are in my favor looking for dip buys rather than breakouts. The odds are in my favor of saying, hey, this has a better chance of falling than it does spiking. And the reason why is because in my experience in the stock market, I'm saying probably 95% of new penny stock IPOs do not spike and usually end up crashing on down. But there is that 10%, there is that 5% that this one turns into that type of move and rip and run. And right now, a lot of people are aware of it. A lot of people are talking about it. We have a $5 spike from yesterday, and the stock has already moved about $2 in pre-market, trying to get back up towards its old highs. If it breaks its old highs of yesterday, upwards of $8, we could easily see a nice rip, we could easily see a nice run, and we could easily see a lot of potential. So keep your eyes peeled on PEV. This is going to be one of the top plays at the bell. Now, I wanted to start out on PEV just because I know so many traders were asking about that play, and I want to review it and give you guys some guidelines and see, okay, hey, we got to break through $8 to that next leg on up. But let's slow it down a little bit. Let's again take a log off the fire, start pumping the gas brakes here. Again, Gordon McQueen, what do we have at this time? Let's take our eyes over towards the stock market, the S&P 500. Now, when I say the stock market, I'm referring to the S&P 500 because this is the top 500 companies in the United States. I talked about this yesterday in pre-market for a little bit, but a lot of people always drastically change their opinion on the stock market based off 1 or 2 days, sometimes based off a week of trading. If I asked you guys last week when we had 2020, the worst week since 2020, where we saw a huge drop from 415 all the way on down to 363, every single person was saying, oh my goodness, we're going into a deep, dark recession. Now, we've had 2 days of green, and I've had a lot of people email me saying, Deck, do you think we're at the bounce? Are we at the bottom? To me, this is all I see. When I take a look over on the S&P 500, all I see at this time is huge drop, right? Huge drop right here at the start of the year. This is basically the record high. I mean, that is the record high. Not basically, it is. That is the very start of the year in 2022. Then everything started crashing from there. Then what else did we see? We saw a small relief rally. What is a relief rally? A relief rally is essentially people buying the dip. If I saw a penny stock go on a huge crash, I would look to buy a dip because it's at a bargain price. So that's all traders are trying to do. Then what did we have? After we had that relief rally, we had another very hard crash and dump. But then what did we see after this crash and dump? We saw another relief rally. And what happened after this relief rally? We had a very hard crash and dump. And guess what we saw after that? We saw a nice little relief rally. And then what did we see? We saw a very hard crash and dump. And now what are we starting to have a little bit? We could be starting to form a little bit of a new relief rally. But this is the pattern. If we take a look over on how this pattern honestly looks, what do we see? We see this. We see drop, spike, drop, spike, drop, spike. That's what the pattern looks like. You could see in the stock market, do I think we're at a bottom yet? No, I do not think we're at a bottom yet. Do I think the stock market has room to fall? Absolutely. I think there's a lot more room to fall. So we need to, again, play the odds. And that's what I always say. Play the numbers, play the odds. Let's stop playing the guessing game. And the way I always like to play the odds and stop playing the guessing game is I always just like to take a look at what we have seen in the past. It says the history of U.S. bull and bear market since 1926, almost 100 years ago. The average bear market lasts 1.4 years. We could have the average accumulation of 41% drop. The average bull market lasts 9.1 years. So the thing is, are we at 1.4 years of being in a drop? No. Right now we're at about 6 to 7 months. Then how low do we drop? About 41%. So when we take a look over here and let's say, all right, well, how much are we down at the moment? We can go to Google if you want to, just make it very simple and very easy, and just go to year to date. Click the year to date right here. And if you click year to date, you could see that the S&P 500 is currently down 22%. Well, what did I just tell you? I told you the average bear market is going to be around 41%. We're at 22% down year to date. We know that we have a lot of amazing opportunities coming on up, don't we? We know that when we go ahead and we take a look at this bear market, we can see that we have massive drop followed by ginormous climb. Nice drop followed by ginormous climb. Nice drop followed by ginormous climb. We are essentially in one of these orange or brown periods right now. But then what's coming on up? 10 years of climbing, 12 years of climbing, 9 years of climbing. So the thing is, yes, we want to try to get as close as we can to the bottom, but what was the bottom? We had bottoms of 50%, bottoms of 44%, bottoms of 29%, bottoms of 42%, bottoms of 29, 22, 21, 83. I would like to see the S&P 500 down 30%. I want to see, I know again, I'm not saying I want 60% or something crazy. I just think 21% is a little bit too soon. I want to see the S&P 500 down towards around that 30% mark. If you take a look over on the monthly chart, Take a look at the monthly chart. In 2018, the Feds raised rates. It bounced perfectly off the monthly chart 50-day moving average. In 2020, a pandemic happened, and we fell down to the 50-day moving average. It did fall underneath it, but popped right back to it and then spiked back on up. If we take a look at where is the perfect area for a bounce play, that would be right at 344. 344 50-day moving average. This is showing us the last 12 years of the S&P 500. I personally would like to see it back down to 344. And if the stock market falls on down to 344, that would put us roughly right around like a 32% drop. That would be amazing. So again, the S&P 500, that's essentially what I'm looking for. Even if we take a look at the weekly chart, guess where we bounced off of? The weekly chart, we bounced in 2018 when we raised interest rates off the 200-day moving average. Pandemic hit, we went a little underneath the 200-day moving average, bounced back on up. But right now, the 200-day moving average is still at 349. I want to see maybe 1 to 2 more months of hard dropping, and then we start getting our bounce. 1 to 2 more months of, again, hard dropping, and then we start seeing a little bit of that move on up. We know bounce play was here, bounce play was here. Let's try to get a bounce play back on down towards when we have the stats on our favor. That 31% drop at least. So I'm not really too concerned at this moment. The stock market's trying to get a little bit of a bounce on up, but I am waiting for a little bit more, at least until we see 350s. And what I would like to see is the 340s on the S&P 500. That is my ultimate goal. And that's what I would personally like to see. Now, let's see what's coming on up. Well, we know the S&P 500 has had, again, 2 days of green, but as we talked about, to me, this is just a nice little relief rally. We may get up towards around 380, 383, 384 potentially, but I think within the next 2 weeks or so, we're going to be coming on down. When do you think is going to be the next big time we actually start crashing? When is going to be the next big time everything starts falling apart, everything starts getting weaker, everything is starting to drop? Well, everything is probably going to start dropping, team. I would say July 11th, July 18th, these 2 weeks. And the reason why everything's going to start falling probably July 11th to July 18th, that area, is because that's the next earnings season. If you take a look, and we could say to ourselves, hey, when is the next, earnings date? You could see Apple. Apple has its earnings date in the last week of July. Cool. Let's go ahead and see Tesla. When does Tesla has its earnings? Tesla has its earnings July 25th, July 29th. Then what else do we have? Let's just go with Amazon. When does Amazon have its earnings? Amazon's have it July 27th. Let's see Netflix. Netflix has its earnings July 19th. So again, probably, go back an extra week. I was saying, July 11th to the 18th? I think it's, 18th to the 25th then. I apologize. And essentially, I don't think a lot of companies are going to come out with good earnings. I think, a lot of people are definitely saying to themselves, hey, I didn't go buy that MacBook, this quarter. Oh, I didn't do this. Gas prices are high. Inflation's high. I think the world kind of knows about that by this point. And I think a lot of people are definitely kind of easing up a little bit. I do think we are going to see supply chain issues have some trouble. We even saw Elon Musk, if you guys did or didn't see yesterday, he came on out yesterday and he said, Musk says his factories in Berlin and Texas are gigantic money furnaces. Tesla's factories in Texas and Berlin are losing billions of dollars right now as supply chain disruptions hamper the electric vehicle giant's ability to ramp up. Both Berlin and Austin factories are gigantic money furnaces right now, okay? It should be a giant roaring sound, which is a sound of our money on fire. Right? So it's like, he said some of the tools required to make some cars are stuck in a port in China because the resurgence of COVID there and resulting in lockdowns. So that's just something I want you guys to see and be able to understand is I think probably in about 2 weeks from now, we start seeing the market drop again. And that's because of earnings season coming on up. I don't expect to see a lot of good earnings. So we'll see if everything keeps on falling. Now let's get back into the penny stock world today. How are we going to crush it? How are we going to make profit? How are we going to make money? Because that's the most important thing for us going into today. How are we going to come out on top? We've had, again, a fantastic last few weeks. The last 2-3 weeks, I've been green. I think I've had 1 to 2 red days in probably about 10 to 12 green days. So it's been nonstop winning and nonstop profits. So how are we going to come out on top today? As we already talked about, the number one stock that a lot of traders are going to be focusing on the bell is going to be PEV. Now, first things first, are there any shares available for PEV on the short side? I doubt it. And the reason why I doubt it is a lot of times, there are actually shares available to short. Centerpoint has shares available to short. But a lot of times new IPOs don't have shares available to short, and that's just because a lot of new IPOs do end up falling and failing. So PEV does have shares available to short right here if you're interested, but this one has that slim chance that it does go crazy today. This one does have that slim chance that we could see this play break through $8 and go on that massive rip, massive run, massive climb, and massive pop. I want to see what happens. $8 break, things can start getting pretty spicy pretty quickly. But I do believe if we just play the odds, the stock would probably fall back on down. PEV, if you want to get involved in it, don't get involved at $8. Try to look at some sort of bounce play near a bottom. Look for a bounce play at 650. Hey, maybe look at yesterday's old spiking areas. If you want to drag this on down, I could see some bounce play here, bounce play here, bounce play here, top resistance here. I would say, hey, Deck, what would be a great area to get a bounce play? Probably $7. Look for $6 on a possible uptrend. Look for $7 as a possible old, again, resistance line, old support line. Really buying in at $8 and hoping for the breakout is putting the odds completely against you. You are buying at the highest point at a strong resistance line on a new IPO that you're hoping for a breakout. It could have worked out in your favor, but it's not a good way to consistently trade. If anything, if you want to see a breakout, look for a dip buy. Look for a bounce play first and then ride it back on up. If you want to short it, $8 is the area to look to do it. So, PEV, let's keep this stock on watch. Let's make sure that we are ready to rock and roll, and let's see what's going to be coming on out next over on PEV. But what else should we be focusing on? Well, there's other IPOs that are actually starting to get a little bit of action as well. And one of those IPOs is a VEDU. If we take a look over on VEDU, VEDU's been getting some good attention and VEDU's been getting some good hype. And we could see that it's not like a brand new IPO. We have seen that VEDU has been out for about a month now, but it's not like it's done anything. VEDU opened up at $28 and came crashing all the way back down to $2. And this is what I'm talking about. Usually new IPOs just give everything back and start crashing all the way back on down. But maybe if we break through this 13 EMA, this green line going across the board here, and we get above the price of $190, we get above the price of $2, and we hold $2, technically we got the world to run. Technically, this stock could go on a massive spike. Technically, catches a little bit of fire. VEDU can go on some big time rips and pops and climbs. But what's the issue with PEV? What's the issue with, let's say, VEDU? If I go over to Yahoo Finance and I type in PEV, there's no news here. 13 days ago was last press release. We are buying in the hopes that it goes on up. What about VEDU? Is there any news on VEDU? Let's take a look at it. Last month was the last press release when it became an initial public offering, when it became available on the stock market. And other than that, we don't have anything, right? Other than that, VEDU is basically moving on up in hopes that traders keep pushing it up higher. It's a very dangerous way to trade. Dangerous way to trade for hopes that the stock goes up higher, for hopes and potential that maybe it's going to continue to climb, in hopes that maybe we start seeing a very large breakout on it. There's no credibility. At the end of the day, if you buy VEDU, if you buy PEV, you can't be mad if you lose. You can't be. Because if I come over to you and you say, man, Deck, nothing works out in my favor. And I say, well, why did you buy PEV in the first place? And you said, well, I was hoping it would be a breakout. It's like, cool. I hope I walk downstairs and there's a duffel bag of $1 million. I hope I, again, turn on my garage lights and there's a Lamborghini sitting there randomly. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? You got to play more facts. You got to play, again, more credibility. So while we are watching PEV today, and while we are watching VEDU today, and maybe this new IPO trend can catch fire, and I do hope that does happen, there's no guarantees. And me sitting here and saying, please, please, please go on up, doesn't change what's about to happen on this day. So make sure, again, you think everything through before you pull the trigger. Make sure you understand the volume. Make sure you understand the tight rope that you're walking at this time. So break this on down in your head. Now, what else do we want to be focusing on? What about BHAT? Deck, the number one top gainer in the stock market right now, BHAT. Do we like it? Do we love it? Do we hate it? Well, the thing is, BHAT does have good credible news today. It does. BHAT does have a low float. You can see it's only 4 million in float, which is fantastic. We are up 70% on the day. But the issue with BHAT is that it's just downtrending right here. Stocks do not get hype when everyone is running away from that certain play. Stocks do not get hype. Stocks do not get attention when the stock is overall downtrending. We can see this. You could be a trader who has some sort of biased opinion towards BHAT. You could. right? You could be a trader that says, I love BHAT. And me saying, hey, the stock is not looking good right now, you're going to find every excuse in the book to say why it is good. But let's just be honest with each other. BHAT, this play right here is downtrending, which means if we buy it at this moment, we are going against the grain. It's essentially like driving on the wrong side of the highway, right? If we drive on the wrong side of the highway, we might be able to get to our destination, but the odds are we'll probably get into an accident. But I know sometimes we fall in love with plays and we don't want to ever accept the fact that it could go the other way, right? You know, I'm not going to ever talk about politics here in any sort of way, but that's how I kind of think about a lot of times, Democrats and Republicans going back and forth, back and forth. You might say to yourself, hey, you know what? This is our opinion. And then deep down, you might be like, man, their suggestion may be a little bit better. But you're like, no, I'm sticking with my opinion because you just don't want to be wrong. Right? Same exact thing with, BHAT. BHAT, I had a lot of people say, Deck, how high is this going to go? How high is it going to go? How high is it going to go? Right now, we can all see it's more on a downtrend than an uptrend. BHAT, why did it spike in the first place? Well, if we take a look at this play, we can see that BHAT came out 17 hours ago with a press release. The press release stated that they erased or terminated its previously proposed shelf offering takedown. So essentially what an offering is when you add more shares to the public. You add more shares to your stock. Well, that increases the supply. If you increase the supply, the prices usually drop, right? If we only have one diamond in the world, one diamond and that's it, guess what? That diamond's going to cost millions of dollars. But let's again add trillions of diamonds. Well, now that diamond only costs, let's say, a few bucks because there's so much supply. So BHAT, this one's starting to fade. Right now, we only got about 45 seconds until the market opens on up. I know, again, I've been talking here for like the last 30 minutes straight, but let's switch on over towards our scanners. Let's start off our day by watching PEV, and let's see if this one's going to gear up. PEV is our number one play we're going to focus on, and then we're also going to focus on VEDU as our number two. Watch the middle scanner here, team. The middle scanner is the high of the day momentum scanner. Let's see how that one gets or where that one goes. I don't have any orders at this time. I'm not in on this play by any sort of means. I'm sitting right now. You can see my center point account is 0 out of 0. I'm not in on any trade, not hiding anything. I'll keep this in the bottom right-hand corner so you can see everything as well. But right now, I'm just watching PEV open on up in the next minute or right now. PEV is open right now. Let's see what this stock does and let's see what comes on out on this play. If it breaks through $8, that's where the attention's really going to start ripping and running through PEV. This is a play that does have shares available to short, and I'm curious to see how many shorts are going to start going through on PEV at around $8. We got up towards $7.75 so far. Top resistance right around $8. A lot of traders are again looking for this play. For that possible short, 7.5 million shares traded towards it already. Stock has room to drop. It is a new IPO play that could give a lot back. Keep our eyes over on REV. REV, I think if REV does spike this morning, team, I don't think it's going to go much higher than the old pre-market high areas. I think if REV starts spiking, it's going to have resistance at 840, 840, 840, 840. You can also see REV, number one top gainer of yesterday. Old resistance, 840, 840. You can also see some bounce plays right along that 840-ish mark. So you could see there was a lot of resistance at around 840 over on REV. If you guys are still in on that play or looking for that play, you're going to have a lot of, again, trouble right around that 840-ish mark. Right now, you got PEV still trying. PEV looking for a potential squeeze. So PEV looking for that potential squeeze. This is the stock that's coming up the most on the high of the day momentum scanner. We have a 40 count right now, which is showing us it's in charge. If we again look elsewhere, we have KIRK, a little bit of a pop. KIRK coming up a few times on the high of the day momentum scanner. But right now, it is still the party of PEV. PEV and KIRK seem like they're the top two. Let's put KIRK in the bottom level too. KIRK on the bottom level too. Stock has room to run up to 633, which is the 50-day moving average. We do have a lot of action over on PEV, up towards a high of the day of 795 so far. 795 PEV, and that's what we know. We know a lot of traders are going to sell at around $8, and we also know the worst entry on the long side is right at $8. If you want to buy PEV, try to buy it down low. Try to buy it, near $7. Try to buy it at an area where you could say to yourself, hey, you know what? I'm not buying at the very tippity top at the high of the day. Either short near $8 or lock in profits at $8. Deck, can it break $8? Absolutely. But you know what? So far, if you bought at $8 yesterday, you lost. And if you bought at the break of $8 yesterday, you lost. And if you bought in pre-market this morning at $8, you lost. And if you just bought at the $7.95 mark, you would have lost again. So you would have lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times already, and maybe it will break. But so far, your odds are going to be 1 in 7, which isn't really that great. Instead, you could be 6 for 6 on shorting at $8, which seems like it's much better odds to me. I'm not a big math guy, but I think 6 for 6 is much better than 1 for 6 or 0 for 6. So PEV, let's see. Here comes another possible $8 touch. We got up towards around 780 so far. VEDU, also here comes VEDU out of the gates. VEDU trying to make a little bit of a name for itself. And this is the cool thing about this, guys. So many traders, especially new traders are always just saying to themselves, how do you find the best plays of the day? Finding the best plays of the day is like the easiest thing to do. We have at this time, what team? We go to finviz.com. Finviz, you take a look at it. We have, again, over 8,576 options. We said PEV was going to be the most traded or the top stock of today. It is the top stock of the day. VEDU is going to be a close second play that a lot of traders are going to be looking at. You could see how VEDU is running up on the high of the day momentum scanner out of these 8,000 plays. It just comes down to you got to be involved in the stock market. Have scanners. Make sure, again, you're watching these plays, being in the talk of the town. Well, I go over it every single morning. It's so important to be here on TradeCaster every single day, or at least being part of our community so you can see the chat room, read the chat, and make sure you're never missing a play. PEV team, here we go. PEV. Let's see if it's going to be able to get some breaking here. PEV is trying to steal the show. All eyes right now. PEV is trying to steal the show. I know we're going to have a battle on our hands. We're going to have a battle at this moment as traders are trying to push up PEV and the other half of traders are trying to short it on down. Deck, where are you at here right now? I will short PEV. You guys probably could guess it, or at least members could guess it. At what area do you guys think? 875. That's what I'm looking for. If PEV can start breaking again that like 850 mark, that's when I'm going to start shorting this play most likely. 875 is usually a very strong area of resistance, but PEV right now it's about a 50-50 in my eyes. Are we going to stay above $8 or are we going to dump underneath it? Right now buyers are trying to hold up this play. All I'm watching at this level 2 team to make again your life extremely easy. I always like to just watch the level 2 and think of this as a battle. Think of it as a war. Think about it as in a soccer game, right? That's how I always think about it. So I'm watching PEV at this time. We have the bids versus the ask. We have the buyers versus the sellers. We have the people who want the stock to go up versus the people who want the stock to go on down. That's the easiest way to truly understand the level 2. A lot of people look at these numbers, they have no idea what's going on. Just think about it. The time in sales is just volume. It shows us how many traders are actually looking at this play. And then we essentially just have our goals on our play. We have the bids. The bids on this side are trying to score a goal. And how would they score a goal? Well, they got to put it in the net. And how do you put it in the net? You got to run all the way up towards around that 850-ish mark. Well, how again do the shorter score? How does the ask score? Well, the ask has to put it in the net. And they got to be able to crack the $8 mark. So if they can go back to sub $8, that would kill volume. So now let's watch this soccer game. Let's see if the bids can put it in the net. Or let's see if the ask and the shorters can put it in the net. Because at this time, what do we have? We have a back and forth type of match, don't we? We have the soccer ball going back and forth at this moment. Traders are essentially just saying to themselves, all right, PEV, we're above $8. If we go underneath $8, that's going to bring in shorters. Shorters are essentially going to rule this day. And the reason why they're going to rule this day is because we broke a resistance line and now going back underneath it shows a lot of weakness. If buyers can keep pushing back the shorters and making shorters not want to trade, making people not want to lock in profits because everyone thinks there's going to be more opportunity on the upside, that's where we could possibly see a squeeze and spike. So now again, we're just watching ESPN 8 The Ocho right now. Level 2 soccer playing, coming at you from the Arctic Circle. And PEV at this moment, we know that this is the game, this is the stadium, and we got the bids versus the ask, the buyers versus the sellers, and the buyers are crossing it over half field at this moment. The buyers are looking pretty solid. We got 825, ask is getting moved on back to 830. Now again, the buyers are trying to get a little bit of a charge here. We're trying to push it up towards around 850 and really turn this into a 1-0 game. We're trying to get a little bit of hype. So far, the high of the day is 838, but who is in control at this moment? Are we down towards $8 at all, or are we pushing on up? And at this moment, I see that we are pushing on up. To me, at this time, I'm seeing that we have the buyers in control, and this would show me that I don't want to short this play. If I see that buyers are in full control, that's like driving on the opposite side of traffic if I go ahead and pull a short side right now. I want to make sure that I'm always putting myself in the best positions possible. But now again, we have the ask trying to come back a little bit. Buyers are still looking strong to me. This is how I know not to short, because I see still buyers going. Buyers are pushing the ball across midfield. If we start seeing, let's say, PEV start going back down to 815, start going back down to 810, start going back down to $8, that's where they're starting to again get a little bit more control. But at this time, I see buyers slightly in more control. At this time, I see buyers trying to push it on up and really get that goal. And this is just a way for us to be able to understand which way this momentum will be heading. I still see buyers in control here, and that's the vibe I'm getting. Looking at this, bids are trying to hold up $8. We have gone from, if you want to take a look at the graph right here, 6 to 7 to 8, still showing good strength. But remember, we don't want to see the shorters get the stock back underneath $8. If we go back underneath $8, that's going to demolish basically the buyer's confidence, right? And why is that? Well, because we came up to $8 and we got rejected. We came up to $8, we got rejected. We broke $8, we got rejected. In pre-market, we came up to $8, we got rejected. If we go above $8, we are hype and excited and buyers can rule, but going back underneath $8 is going to show us that things are getting a little bit weaker. So who's the good guys? Who are the bad guys right now? Well, obviously the good guys are the buyers, but it looks like the shorts are starting to take a little bit of control of this game. They got some great passing, got a great cross right here. The coach is looking absolutely fantastic with his, again, drop down Adidas tracksuit. Just looks like a mean guy. And right now, PEV is all the way back down to 806. 806 at this moment. Buyers are, again, trying to stay alive. The defense is kicking. The goals are being shot on up, but we do got a good goalie at this moment trying to hold that $8 barrier. It's just the last thing we want to see is this stock go back underneath $8 and see the ask start making a little bit of profit. But look at the defense over on PEV at this moment. The defense from PEV is just absolutely spectacular. The buyers are showing in strength and pushing it back up to half field at this moment, looking for that possible break. Now they got a little bit of a breakaway on their hands. Can they convert on this breakaway? We're going all the way up towards the 18. We're up towards 849 at this moment, looking for that brand new high of the day. Oh, a shot on goal at this moment to 849. We're looking for that 850 break. What a turn of events. And now we're at 850 at this moment. Man, we are laying it down. What just went on a breakout turned onto a 2-on-1 play, and the buyers are still having control right here. Oh man, you talk about highlights. We are going to remember this one, but can we convert? That's what it comes down to. Can we convert on these buyers right now? Can PEV show that has some strength on the 850 mark and push us up towards some new highs? We know that goalie has been nothing but a wall. The iron fist, they call him. Now again, we're looking for that 850 break at this moment, and it looks like shorters are starting to clear it a little bit back and starting to get a little bit of space. They're subbing in and out, goes out again, their defense, getting some fresh legs in at this moment. We are still seeing PEV at this time trying to hold up right around this 830-ish mark. But again, the buyers are laying down the pressure. Coach, again, just let them play out right here. If I was the ask, I'd call a timeout, trying to pause this momentum. But what do I know? I'm an American. I don't know jack shit about soccer. So again, PEV still going all the way up towards around 850 at this time. Let's see if it can break through 850, start getting a little bit of momentum, still keep on pushing, see if it can come on up. 848 right now. Now again, we're looking for 850 and another shot on goal that is still getting at this time. Another shot on goal, but we still got a wall. Oh, baby. We got a good matchup today, people. We got a good matchup. Everyone who paid their ticket admission today, you guys are getting your money's worth. People in the box seats, go get your Coronas. Make sure, again, you get your wings right here. Make sure you tip your waitress. Because again, you guys got yourself a good seat at this time. And this is how we're able to watch the level 2. This is how we're able to read the level 2. This is how we're able to think about the level 2, as we're not just looking at it as numbers. We're actually looking at it as a match. We're looking and be able to understand who's in control here. So again, when everyone here is sitting and again watching the Sisterhood of Traveling Pants or sitting back and watching The Bachelor, this is my entertainment right here. This is the time I like to again break away and have a nice, calm, and soothing time to myself. Watching again the game. You know, PEV at this time. Let's see if we can get that goal. Let's see if we can break on out. Let's see if we can score here, because we are still looking at the #1 top gainer of the day. The stock that's up 43%, and the bids are still laying it on them. But again, the Shorters defense. I mean, I think today though, what does it come down to? It's been coming down to defense. Shorters are not allowing that $8.50 break. Buyers are not allowing that $8 crack. And pretty soon, sooner or later, we're going to have a move. But now again, the Shorters are coming back on in. Right here, we're basically sitting at the 50 at this moment. Sitting at the 50 at this time. Watching to see what we get. PEV starting to turn it a little bit. PEV starting to turn it a little bit down. 816, 819, starting to cross over onto bearish territory. Shorters are starting to take on over a little bit. Let's see, PEV still watching this play. And we're still back and forth right now. Back and forth at this time. Little sign up right now at this moment. Not missing anything. FSTX not doing anything. SFT anything here? SFT, little heads up traders. SFT, let's just again keep our eyes peeled on this. SFT at this moment. SFT got a little pop on up. Nice rip and run up towards that 50-day moving average. Let's just see what's going on with SFT. So this is still, again, absolutely awesome. Whew! Man. Claire! Can I get some water? Get some water, Claire! Not tap! Fiji! Or Voss. Don't bring me Deer Park, Poland Spring, none of that garbage. Thank you. We also got a little bit of PEV action, team. Little side note at this moment. PEV coming back on up at this time. PEV back on up towards around 850. Can we just get a goal, please? I want to see 850 break. I mean, we are laying down the shots right here, and we still have these buyers in control. But now, again, it's basically going on a 2-to-1 switcheroo at this moment, and we are having PEV still having that trouble to break through 850. Every single time we have come up to 850, PEV has been rejected. But we can also counter and say every time we come back on down towards around $8, we have gotten rejected. PEV is going back and forth at this moment, looking to see if it's going to stay above $8. The issue is, once it goes underneath $8, buyers are going to start falling apart. This soccer team isn't known to, again, bounce back from adversity. This, again, team is known to basically fade and fall and drop once again it's underneath $8. PEV needs to break through that 850 mark still. SFT, this is the other play that we are keeping our eyes peeled on. SFT at this moment, let's see how much higher this can go. Now, when we take a look over on SFT, just a little heads up for every single trader, this stock 50-day moving average is going to be a very strong resistance line, that 117 mark. What is going on with SFT? Just want to take a look real quick over on SFT. Is there any sort of news behind it? This play over on SFT 28 days ago, newsfilter.io. I don't think there's any news. Nope, SFT, no news on it. 2 weeks ago was last filing. Nope. So nothing still. So really, #1 play I'm still seeing, guys, is PEV with SFT as a quick little spike. And I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I haven't pulled the trigger on anything at this moment. Nothing that I pulled the trigger just yet. And I just want to see again, either PEV squeeze up to new highs or dump on down. And traders, look at PEV. PEV just went on an absolute runaway at this point. PEV just went on an absolute runaway, and we can see how this play at this time is now getting demolished. I told you, once this stock broke back underneath $8, everyone was going to run away. The bleachers are about to clear out. The home team is walking away with absolutely nothing at this time, and as the old saying goes, you guys know it is a go! Go. Whew. You guys know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, just easy ways to be able to again read the level 2. That's it. That's just easy ways how to read the level 2. I mean, that's all you guys got to think about. And I'm happy that happened. You know, I'm happy this happened here and you guys got that example. And everyone was able to, again, get paid for their admission. I mean, stop thinking about the level 2 as just numbers. Start thinking about the level 2 as a war, as a game. Think about soccer or hockey. Think about, Spartans versus Persians. Think about it in a way that you can understand and relate to, because that will make reading the level 2 much easier. But it just couldn't break 850. It's not, I know if you were in on PEV, I know if you guys are in on PEV right here, it stinks that stock just got a dump. But what's the reason why? Someone scored. It cracked $8. That's all it is. So whenever I see a play like that, the most important thing is to always just say to yourself, okay, stop loss at $7.99. That's the most important thing. Stop loss at $7.99, done then. So that's why you always just want to be watching these plays and always be willing to get out the moment that things aren't looking good. $7.99, stop loss. Nice work here. Let's go ahead and try to find that next play, that next move, that next pop, that next climb. PEV will look for that next possible move here. AV possible. That woke me up. Thanks for that, man candy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's find that next move. KIRK. Let's again, PEV will keep this on watch. But that's the why I was a little bit nervous on this play. The perfect scenario on that was if I had a little bit of a larger lens, I could have started on that side of the office and then again took the shirt off, knee slide across the entire thing while again going. Then again, all the people here, all the audience here goes crazy. I'm sitting here, have a nice, C captain around the bicep. That would be the best case scenario. But again, we're doing construction on the Tradecaster firm right now, trying to add a couple, get my office a little bit bigger. I feel like a little rat in a cage right here in my 13,000 square foot penthouse. So I'm just trying to get it a little bit more reasonable. Marky saying that's exactly why it dumped. So many people had stop losses right beneath $8. As soon as it cracked $8, all the stop losses got hit, creating a massive dump. You are 100% correct. That is exactly why the stock dumped on off. FSTX. REV right now. REV still getting weaker. REV. So we haven't missed a breakout really yet. I mean, we are seeing KIRK. KIRK slowly moving on up. And I will say SFT. SFT has been trying to get a little bit of hype. SIDU. I'm taking a look at it. Looking for kind of that first nice play of the day. Tesla, how's the overall market? PEV is now live. Little sign up team. PEV is now live. PEV now live at this time. If this stock keeps getting weaker, it would go all the way on down towards around 630. So if this one, let's say, does drop hard all the way down to 630, I wouldn't look for any dip buy though until at least $7. So I would not look for any dip buy till at least $7. And it was just, that was a tough thing. We were kind of in no man's land. We knew that we had to break through 850. We knew we had to break through 850, and we knew we couldn't go down underneath $8, and it was just whichever one broke first. That's all it was. I can't tell you. I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know if it was going to break 850 or if it was going to break $8 first. We just knew where the goals were, and once the goal cracked, that's where the stock was going to move in one direction or the other. Tesla starting to crash on down. Ooh, Tesla is getting a little ugly here, team. Tesla is getting a little bit weaker. And I want Tesla. I want Tesla in the ground. I want Tesla getting very weak. And Tesla's a great company that I think about. But I don't know. What do you got? What are your thoughts on this, team? What are your current thoughts on this? Elon Musk says, and we talked about it, Musk says his Tesla factories in Berlin and Texas are gigantic money furnaces. Tesla's factories in Texas and Berlin are losing billions of dollars right now as supply chain disruptions hamper the electric vehicle giant ability to ramp up production, said Elon Musk. Both Berlin and Austin factories are gigantic money furnaces right now, okay? It should be like a giant roaring sound, which is the sound of money on fire. He said of the tools required to make some of the cars are stuck in China's port because the resurgence of that word, there are the resulting lockdowns. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts here? Is Elon Musk, some people are saying that Elon Musk is kind of talking very negative about Tesla right now. And why is he talking very negative about Tesla? Because he wants to drop Tesla. But you know why? Because he sold his shares. Remember, he sold his shares actually at, crazy enough, the best price he possibly could have. You know, he sold his shares right here on this day when it was at $1,200, and he hasn't gotten back in since. Now, he does own shares, but he sold again, I think like 3 million shares, which came out to like over $1 billion. Could Elon Musk be purposely trying to bring his stock down to, let's say, 600, 550, 500 for him to load on up? Because, I mean, he is talking pretty negative about his own play. Hey, yeah, you know our company? Yeah, it's like a giant money furnace at the moment. We are just losing all of our cash right now. We're losing and we're losing and we're losing and we're losing. Is he trying to scare investors to bring his stock down so he can get a price in? Or is he just being Elon Musk and he's just, being super honest and straight up, straightforward? I don't know. That's the thing about Elon. You never know what that guy's thinking. Never know what that guy's thinking. Now Tesla is starting to get that dump. Tesla is starting to get that drop. REV, trying to stay alive. Give me a second as well. Apologize, my shirt is inside out. Thank you, guys. I apologize about that. I didn't want to change my shirt on camera. That's I feel like a little bit odd, a little bit weird. If you guys want to see that type of stuff, you guys can go to onlyfans.com/Sean Dekmar. If you want to search me by username, it's never mind. Forget about it. PEV trying to get back up towards $8, but that's getting a little bit weaker. SFT trying to get a little bit of a pop. SFT still looking good. Now let's focus on SFT a little bit, guys, because we're still looking for that first trade. And obviously we wanted to get after PEV, but PEV started getting too weak for us. So SFT, I am not seeing any sort of news on this play. I am not seeing any sort of news over on the stock. Now SFT, how high can this go? Look at past chart history. The easiest way to figure out how high an old stock can get up towards is if this stock can get up to or go to an old support line. An old support line where we can see where we bounced off right here and bounced off right here will usually always turn into the best resistance line. And this is going to be the target for many plays. So when you take a look over on SFT, there is no news behind the stock. SFT is not a play that I would short at this moment, but it's also difficult to jump in on. And I hate being this guy. I really do. I hate being the guy right now that is giving you no answer. I hate being the guy that's basically talking without actually, again, proving a point, which is, okay, Deck, can I jump in on SFT? And I say, well, guys, SFT has no news. And you say, okay, so short SFT. Well, don't short it until it gets up towards, again, like 145, 150. So we can't do anything with SFT right now. Well, you could buy it because it is moving on up, but you're chasing a stock that's up 80% with no news whatsoever at all. And that's, again, I know it gets annoying. That's a little like, it's tempting because, oh, Deck, but SFT is still climbing. I know it's climbing. It's up almost 100%. There's no news I see that's leading towards this rip. So at any moment, you can jump in, and if it starts turning on you, it's going to turn and dump on you, and you're just going to sit there and say, well, I don't even know why I was going in the first place. So for me, I would rather wait for SFT to spike up, let's say 150% or 110%, and then I look for a short. I look for the stock to fall rather than keep on climbing. And that's just me and my trading. So SFT got up towards 133 so far. Still watching SFT. Just giving ourselves a little bit of time. I'm just watching, making sure we're not missing anything. SPY got a little bit of a pop on up. S&P 500, a little bit of a pop back on up. That's going to help Tesla get a little bit of a pop. Right now, I'm just kind of searching around. I'm searching. I want to make sure we're not missing anything. I'm still watching PEV. I'm still watching SFT. We're not seeing any sort of big breakouts just yet. Here's my Centerpoint account, as you guys know as well. Still 0 out of 0 on the day. Remember, team, we are currently 30 minutes in an 8-hour day. Pretty crazy to think about. Because sometimes traders are sitting here and saying, Deck, I haven't traded anything yet. Do you know what stock trading is? Stock trading is an 8-hour span where you just need to find 2 minutes of predictability. Imagine that. Imagine if there was an 8-hour span, an 8-hour time, where all you had to do was find 2 minutes out of 8,000 stocks is if a stock was going to go up or if a stock was going to go down. Isn't that wild to think about? That's all stock trading is. Or day trading you can think about. Day trading. Me jumping in and out of a play. I have 8,000 options. I have 8 hours to do it. And all I got to do is find one stock out of 8,000 that is either going to go up or down. Okay, maybe I want these stocks to go up. Okay, I got 8,000 options to find, again, a time when a stock is going to go up when I buy it. See, it kind of just makes stock trading sound a lot easier, doesn't it? And it makes you be like, well, dang. How am I losing, right? All I got to do is just wait for the right play. Antonio, Sean, in your experience, what's the fastest broker to get in and out of plays? I mean, all you got to do is a market order. All market orders should be the same. Should just get you in and out instantaneously. So I always say, Robinhood's probably the slowest. But I mean, even though there's some brokers that are better than others for like shorting and such, you know, like Centerpoint or Lightspeed or Cobra Trading, those are kind of like the top 3 brokers. You know, even if you just market order out on E-Trade, you're going to still get in or out right away. If you market order in and out over on TD Ameritrade, you'll still get in and out, you know, almost instantaneously. So, you know, market orders should just be market orders. It doesn't really matter what broker you use. Still looking for that big one today. How's Bitcoin at? Where's that one? I think it's probably sitting, I'm going to say 20,000 still. Yeah, we're going to need, you know, the S&P 500 to get its next leg on down. We need to see it get its next leg on down before Bitcoin starts moving on up. So Bitcoin, we need to see the S&P 500 get a nice little crack, see some nice fading and falling. SFT got up towards a high of 135. Remember, we wanted to see that more up towards around 145. Going through our top gainers so far today. SFT, anything? I mean, great rip, great move, great climb. Can't complain about this play in any way. Issue is no news on it. Stock is still up 72%, still has room to fall. I would love to see a spike up towards this red line. This red line is old support, which should turn into new resistance, but it just comes down to can it get enough volume and hype to get there. SMFL, this play right now. Let's put SMFL up on the top level too. SMFL. Trying to get a little bit of action hype as well. This stock, SMFL, is most likely going to get rejected somewhere around the $80 mark. Usually 80 cents. Usually the 80-cent mark is always just like a very strong resistance line. So I just want, you know, every single trader to be on top of that and be aware of it. That 80 cents is usually super strong resistance that usually holds stocks on down. So let's see if this can get up towards around like 77, 78 cents. If it does get up towards around 77 to 78 cents, I am thinking about a possible entry to go ahead and short this on down just to see if it goes from like maybe like 80 back on down towards around like 66 cents or so. SMFL, let's see if there's any sort of news. SMFL, any sort of news on this play? It came up to 76 cents and already starting to dump. 2 hours ago, it says SMFL ramps up manufacturing of milk dust lactation products during baby formula scarcity. Okay, I mean, I could imagine the stock going on a very nice rip and run. As you guys may or may not know, there is a shortage of baby formula, which is, again, a pretty serious matter. You know, a lot of babies that, you know, basically can't have food, especially if, you know, the mother can't produce any sort of breast milk. So what we have here is Smart for Life ramps up manufacturing of milk dust lactation products during baby formula scarcity. So, you know, I could imagine this one actually going on a nice little spike. You know, that's actually a pretty solid press release. VRM, let's take a look at it over on VRM. VRM getting a nice little move, 120 up towards 150. We're still kind of waiting for that one. You know, what would you guys, let's kind of get a good idea of what traders may be thinking though. Everyone in chat right now. Everyone in chat over in, everyone in chat on YouTube, everyone on Tradecaster right now, give me your answer. 1 to 10. 10 is the hottest market conditions you have ever seen in your life. Supernovas everywhere. 1 is deck. This is the most boring day I have ever seen in my entire life. What do you guys think the market is today? What would you guys give the market? Everyone give an answer. Is it 10? This is insane, the best market I've ever seen ever? Or is it a 1 today, which is there's not one thing I can trade. I, again, am not having fun. What would you guys give it? Because I want to get a little common ground here, right? Common ground. What do we have? We have a 4, 6, 6, 6, 5, 4, 7, 5, 6, 6, 5, 5, 5, 7, 5, 2, 4, 5, 6, 4, 2, 7, 3, 7, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 2. You know, 3. Okay, so what would you guys say the average is? What's the average right now? I would probably say everyone's averaging out probably around 5. I mean, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 2, 6, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5, 4. You know, I would probably say right now it's about a 5. And I agree with that. I agree with that perfectly. Yeah, you know, being in chat makes it a 100 on 100. But the thing is, you know, a 5, what does a 5 tell us? What is a 5 basically telling us as our market conditions right here? I think it's kind of making it where, hey, we are having quick spikes, but what are all these quick spikes doing? Basically traders are saying to themselves, hey, yeah, I mean, Deck, a 5, I'm seeing some opportunity, but then the play ends up coming back on down. It's not like there's nothing going on. We're seeing, nice move, but then we just see it fade off quickly. We're not seeing giant spike and then ginormous spike and another very big spike on top of it. We're basically seeing nice spike and then it fades on off, right? So, that could be SMFL where we see a nice spike fades on off, or VRM where we see a nice spike and it fades on off. Maybe again, that's PEV with a nice spike and it fades on off. So if you are a person at this moment and you are a person that's sitting there and saying to yourself at this moment, Deck, I have not pulled the trigger on anything at this time. I have not jumped in on any stock yet. I think that's absolutely okay. I think you're not doing anything wrong. You're saying to yourself, Deck, it's a 5. If I'm not in on right away on a breakout, I'm probably going to be the person buying at the top and losing. If you are not the person right away on PEV, you are the person that's probably taking the biggest loss. If you are not the person over on SMFL, you're going to be a person that could be taking the biggest loss, right? A lot of these plays, if you are not, again, at the very top over on, or if you are not in or right at the very start over on SFT, you're probably taking the biggest loss. So I agree. It's probably like a 5 at this time where we're seeing spikes, but the spikes aren't getting to that next leg. It's like first spike and then things start slowing on down. G-Man, what broker do you use for your level 2? It looks better than TD Ameritrades. This is E-Trade, E-Trade Pro. So again, E-Trade Pro, they're my favorite brokerage for level 2. Every level 2 is the same. Like essentially, if I bring up Centerpoint's level 2, this is Centerpoint's level 2 right here. So if I want to bring this up, you can see, let's just type in, if I type in SMFL, it's still the same exact numbers. It's just displayed slightly different, right? It's the same numbers. It's just like displayed different, just looks a little different. I just like E-Trade Pros because I've just been using it for so long. That's all. Not one is better. Sometimes people are like, Deck, what's the best level 2? Every level 2 is the same. It just kind of comes down to like what you're used to looking at. Doc Savage made $1,300 today. Great work, buddy. Great job. So great job, great work. Also, for everyone that's over on YouTube today, for anyone that's over on YouTube today, I hope you guys are having fun. I hope you guys are enjoying your time, and I hope you guys are saying, hey man, I never knew trading could be this fun. If you guys are saying that to yourself, why are you only joining us on Thursdays? We do this every single day, taking on the markets, over 2,000 members over on Tradecaster.com. Join us on a free 7-day pass. Come on over. The doors are open, baby. You'll have access to the chat room, access to the live stream, access to multiple live streams, and you'll have access over to the video library as well, where you can go ahead and watch over 308 hours of different lessons and different free boot camps that our members get to access. So make sure you get on over here, sign up to a free 7-day pass, and make sure you guys check it on out. KTRA. PEV trying to get back up towards $8. Got KTRA, a little bit of hype. Still watching, still waiting. P&L Destroyer. Deck, what is your P&L so far on the year? Honestly, so far on this year, I am probably either even or slightly down to the red still. And that's just me being open and honest with you, being transparent. And why is that? Because so far, this has been the year. The year essentially has been January. January, I traded the same exact way I traded all last year, where I was making crazy amounts of money. But guess what? The stock market started turning and dumping. And I lost. And I lost pretty good, didn't I, in January? And I said, I scratched my head. I took a step back and I said, I need to be careful. Right? This month is different than the last month's. So then I tried again in February. And in February, I did the same strategy. And I said, okay, hey, let's get after it. And I lost in February again. And again, in 2021, I was able to make $550,000. January, I took a big loss. February, I took a big loss. Then I said, okay, March, I got to be careful here. Is the strategy, do we have to change it? Is the market changing? And what do we notice here? When we take a look over on the S&P 500, why was my strategy not working the same? Well, when we take a look over on the S&P 500 here, this is what it came down to. It came down to the pure fact that when we say, oh, wow, Deck made $500,000 last year, $500,000 was very easy to do and very accomplishable because everything you bought went up. Now, guess what? Now it's everything that everyone's buying is heading on down. Going on down, going on down, going on down. Is my strategy the same that I was doing last year? Is this the same strategy? No. Last year's strategy was go ahead, buy for breakouts and short the breakouts. This year is more of me shorting, me looking for dip buys, and also me staying a lot more patient. The thing is, I've been able to make money in the stock market. When? I've been able to make money in the stock market here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And this was a tricky time during COVID. But then after that, we were able to make a lot of money. This is a tougher time to be able to make money, where I am staying more patient, where I'm sitting more back. And the thing is, I had to take a few L's. I took a few L's at the start in January, and I took a few L's in March. And then again, I was saying to myself, okay, is this the market actually turning, or is this just, a little tough? And then what have I been doing since? Been doing over the last, let's say, like 3 to 4 months is I haven't been trading as hard or as crazy. But what did I just start doing, let's say, over the past month and a half? Past month and a half, we ramped it all the way back on up. And the past month and a half, I've been able to make the most money that I've been able to make now this year so far. So far, again, my June, I'm upwards over $10,000 so far in June, which has been fantastic. Because starting in June, it's basically been, hey, I think we're getting somewhat near our bottom. We're getting somewhat closer towards that bottom area. And June is the first month where I'm saying, hey, let's start going hard again. So the past like 3 to 4 weeks, as you guys know in chat, is nonstop trading, nonstop getting after it. And again, trying to make as much profits as we can with still keeping in mind that we do have to be a little bit more disciplined. But to be straight up with you, again, January, we traded hard, but we can't trade hard when, again, that was the first initial dump. Then February, I took it a little bit easier. And then remember, March, April, May, it was me kind of just sitting here doing lessons, and we didn't want to do too much as the markets faded apart. But now over the past 3 to 4 weeks, we've been going hard again, like if it's been last year or the year before that and the year before that, because I believe pretty soon the market's going to start bouncing, and that's where we want to take advantage of all the craziness once again. So, that's why, again, we're turning it back on up. But still, so far in this year, we got to make a big second half sprint. That's what it comes down to. P&L Destroyer, thanks for the transparency. As always, buddy, I got you. I got you guys. This is what I do for a living. And that's what, again, a lot of people don't understand. This is what I do for a living. I am not some AI robot. I am a human being who trades the stock market. And you know what? If I'm up in the green, I'm going to tell you. If I'm in the red, I will tell you. And the reason why I do this is because I want to be a true mentor to you. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to make things up and say I make $30,000 every single day like I see some people on Twitter do, right? It's like $50,000 a day today. Small gains, but whatever. It's like, no, that's not what I do. Every single day, I'm going to show you my P&L. I'm going to live trade in front of you. I'm going to explain every single trade, and you guys can see everything. So, it comes down to, that's where we're at, looking for, again, the stock market to really bounce and get ready to rock and roll. Manslow, do you still think it's possible to make $500K this year? What is your goal for the end of 2022? Yeah, I mean, my probably realistic goal at the end of 2022 would probably be about $300,000 in profit. That's what I'm kind of shooting for. We know the first 6 to 7 months have been difficult, but I'm thinking around $300K is what I can get at the end of the year when we start finding our bottom. If that's, again, August, September, October, November, I think, again, I can be able to whip out about $300,000. That's realistic. Optimism would be back up near around $500,000. So that's just where we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen, where we're at this moment. Lord Falco, you've had many $10,000 to $20,000 days so far. Yeah, again, the thing is that I've had, again, my fair share of $10,000 to $20,000 days this year. But again, just being straight up with you, I've also had my losses of $10,000 to $20,000. And it's not anything, that I'm upset about. The market, of course, has been crazy. And that's part of trading. You got to dip and dive with the punches, baby. We're playing dodgeball. You got to make sure, again, you catch the ball, you throw it back, you dip and dodge, you're moving, staying on your toes. That's what the market's all about. But I'm pumped. And everything I do, of course, I will be doing it live in front of you guys. But we got a huge coming on up 6 months. Huge 6 months in the future here. Still looking around. And remember, traders, as we talked about, we went over it briefly, and I know a lot of you guys already know this, but what are we looking for? History of U.S. bear and bull markets since 1926. Bring this back on up. The average bear market, 1.4 years. 1.4 years is the average bear market. The average loss is 41%. We are only down at this moment. Only down at this time, 21%. We're not anywhere near that 41% drop yet. And that's why we still have a lot more room to fall. Taking a look at the S&P 500, we are down 21%. Imagine another 20% drop on top of this. That's the average. If you're getting in right now in the stock market, yes, this may be, we don't know, but this could be the bottom. But I want to wait until I get closer to the average, a 33% drop, a 34% drop. Then you could start buying. 41%. Hey, that's amazing. That's right at the average. Anything over 41% would be insane. But this is kind of the crazy thing here. We did talk about this briefly in Power Hour yesterday, but this is the crazy thing. And I want every single trader to truly understand this. In stock trading, with every positive reaction, you are going to have a negative reaction that matches it. So, for instance, if I wanted to take a look, and I always like, we can go with SFT right here. Notice how SFT goes straight up to straight back on down. Because when we have a straight up move, we usually have a straight down type of drop. If we take a look, let's say over on huge cases, INDO. INDO went straight on up, and INDO came straight on down. And let's switch this over to the daily chart so you can even see it better, where we have a straight up move and a straight on down. You could see HUSA, how HUSA had a straight up move and a straight on down. And you could see it over on MARPS, where we have straight up move and straight on down. Now we could also ease the brakes a little bit right here as well. And let's take a look at AERC. AERC was a nice top gainer over the last few days. And AERC has had its fair share of spikes and nice moves. And I just want to go back to when it was a top gainer so you can really understand this analogy a little bit better. But essentially what we have on these type of moves is going to be when you have a small, let's say, move on up, you usually have a small move on down. And that's kind of the easiest way to grasp it. And I think, again, I was actually searching for the REV. So let's take a look over on REV here for a second. And what I want you guys to really understand is when you have a strong move on up, you usually have a strong move on down. And if you have a slight move on up, you usually have a slight move on down. You can see everything is matched and everything matches up very nicely. So when I take a look over on the S&P 500 over the past, 15 years, and I can see S&P 500 right here, I can see starting on off, we do have a slight move on up. Back in 1997 to, again, the dot-com bubble. The dot-com bubble when the internet was invented. And then you could see a nice hard crash back on down. And you could see that we have a nice move on up into 2008. And then we have a nice hard dump back on down. But look what's happening. You talk about the dot-com bubble being one of the worst times in the stock market, where the internet was invented and everyone started going crazy and everyone started going wild. And then a lot of companies failed as they weren't really good, but just ran on the tails of internet companies. And you talk about 2008. 2008 known to be one of the worst times ever in the stock market, as we have seen some massive drops. But what's even crazier is, don't these kind of look very small compared to what we are seeing right now? Don't these, 2000 and 2008, doesn't these two little moves on up look very small to the last 15 years of climbing on up now, which could potentially, if we wanted to think about it, lead towards a drop that would go back down to here. If we are essentially just matching what the stock market has done in 2000, where it's been a nice climb on up, nice drop on down, nice climb on up, nice drop on down, to again this massive 15-year climb, wouldn't that lead towards the same exact drop all the way back on down? Which would probably bring it down, I would say somewhere right here, which is right next to the pandemic lows, right back on down towards where it was in 2018. And if I take a look at that, let's go over to the S&P 500. What would actually be that date? When would actually be that time? We look over on, let's say, the weekly time frame. Actually, let's even go back to the monthly time frame. The monthly time frame, well, that would be 2018. The market was at 244, 245. During the pandemic, it came on down towards, again, 244, 245. Let's just turn this into a nice, blue line so everyone can see it. Imagine if the stock market fell back down here, basically had its big correction. It came back down to a realistic area. I mean, just think about the damage, though. The stock market would essentially have to fall nearly around 50, 60%. That would be a massive drop. But so far, we've had month one, red. In 2022 so far, we've only had one green month. We've had red month, green month, red month, basically a doji month, which is kind of solid, but it is slightly red, to a very large red month. Could you imagine if July is red and August is red? And again, September and October and November and December. And we eventually come all the way back down towards these areas. I mean, a lot of companies would go out of business. I don't know how many companies would be able to survive, seeing everything just keep fading and falling and dropping and getting weaker and weaker and weaker. So make sure that you guys are aware of this, that usually with every positive reaction, a matching opposite reaction happens towards it. And if we've had the last 2 years of insane spiking, don't be shocked if maybe over the next year and a half, we have possible massive dumping. And why is that? That's because of inflation. That's because of massive prices, right? It takes more money now to be able to live in this world. We are having right here a little heads up, guys. BHAT. VEDU, still taking a look here. VEDU, let's switch this over to a daily time frame. Good area to short over on BHAT. BHAT, next best area to short it. I mean, if ever caught fire, 50-day moving average is up towards around 240, but the next, top area would be that 170-ish mark. If you go back to, let's say, a 15-minute time frame, let's go back to a 15-minute time frame and look for where's that next strong resistance area. Let's go to a 30-minute time frame. I would probably say, what's this to start with? I'm looking for where's that strong resistance. We're already above that 160 mark. I'd probably say up towards this mark, like 190. BHAT, probably the next area. If you wanted to short BHAT, I'm thinking, top of this upper shadow, top of, bottom here, a little bit of top of this platform. I'm kind of looking at, past chart history all the way back like a month ago over on BHAT up towards around that 190-ish mark. So BHAT, if that one does keep on going, keep on spiking, I would say 190-ish. That would probably be the best bet to go ahead and be able to find some profits. So BHAT, let's put that up on the top level too. See if that one's going to be able to move on up. Remember, today's about a 5 in the stock market, which means usually anything that spikes on up does come crashing on down. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything have any sort of pure continuation yet. But let's also not forget the sleeper of the day. Is anyone still focused over on PEV? If you guys are watching over on PEV at this moment, PEV is back above $8. And it really comes down to if PEV could ever re-break 850, who thinks that maybe this stock could start getting a little bit of craziness? Who thinks if PEV could ever start breaking 850, we could start seeing a lot of that momentum, start seeing some very big ripping and running, some spiking? Look at PEV team. PEV on the bottom level too. Watching PEV. I want to see if that can break through 850. Let's put PEV. PEV, I'm putting that up on the top level too. Putting BHAT on the bottom level too. And remember, if you're about to buy PEV for the break of 850 coming on up right now, turn over to your wife, to your husband, to your cat, to your dog, and explain to them right now, teach them why you like PEV. Remember, you should never buy a play if you can't teach it to someone else. I want you to know through and through why, again, PEV would be a stock you're looking at. Talk about the pros to, again, your dog. Talk about the cons right there. For those who do or do not know, I do one-on-one mentorships, which is essentially you and I. We jump on a Zoom call. We have 4 sessions. We review your trading. We talk about what you need to learn, and we go over and help you build your trading strategy. And I was on a mentorship last week, and we were going over and reviewing some trades that the trader took. And I said, "Why did you trade the stock?" And the trader said, "To be honest, I'm not really sure. To be honest, I'm not really sure why I traded that stock." And it's, when you think about it, you guys are putting in thousands of dollars. You guys are at least putting in $2,000 into a stock, $3,000, $4,000 into a play in most cases. Think about how long that takes you at your normal 9-to-5 job to save up and a spare $2,000. That may take you a whole month. That could be 30 days of work. Could you imagine 30 days of work, 30 days of working just to take that money and then just put it into a play and say, "I have no idea why I'm getting in on this." Right? Well, why don't you just take 30 days of work and go buy some scratch offs? I have no idea. Go put it on black and roulette. Right? It's the same thing. Right? We want to make sure everything we get involved in, we know exactly why we're getting involved in it. Little sign up, BHAT got a nice little pop on up. BHAT, nice move on up right here. Just got up towards what we called that 190-ish mark, and now it's starting to get a little bit weaker. So BHAT, big upper shadow, right up towards around 190. Stock's trying to hold up near around that 190-ish area. I want to see if there's any shares available to short over on BHAT. We'll see if there's any shares available to short. So far, my P&L is still 0 on the 0. Remember, today's a day of 5. 5 out of 10, which means we only get quick little spikes and then it starts giving everything back. John, hey, Deck, the markets are open for 6.5 hours every single day. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate you. Hey, I could counter that and say, hey, well, the stock market is actually open for like 14 hours every single day. You might say, how so? Well, you can start trading at 4 a.m. Eastern time, and you can trade all the way up towards 8 o'clock. So I think that's even over, right? 14 hours. Someone do the math. But if you honestly wanted to trade, you could trade from 4 in the morning East Coast time all the way to 8 o'clock at night from pre-market and after hours. 16 hours. There we go. I mean, there's a lot of time to trade. There's a lot of time to trade. You guys can trade for 16 hours or 960 minutes every single day, or 16 hours or 57,000 seconds. You guys got a nice window. BHAT. BHAT, nice to see again resistance lines. Centerpoint doesn't have any shares available to short. Actually, just came on through. So they were searching for shares to short. Little side note, if anyone's interested in saying, Deck, how did you know that this stock was going to fall? I thought it was going to fall at 190. Came up to 196 and started dumping. Deck, how did you have that region? I just looked back at past chart history. If you look back at past chart history pattern, I was looking at the 30-minute time frame. If we look at the 30-minute time frame, we can see an old spiking high right at that 190-ish mark, 192. Then you can also take a look and you can see a nice bounce play right around 190, 192. That was the last area where the stock was at. You know, you have to always look at the past. Look at the past at all times to be able to figure out where is the stock most likely going to tend to reverse. So BHAT right up towards around that 190, 192 mark. Start coming right back on down. Stock Muncher saying, Deck, your boot camp lesson yesterday came in clutch just now. Shorted at different key levels on BHAT. Hit all my entries. Nice $300 profit. Stock Muncher, let's go, baby. Shout out to you. Shout out to you guys making those nice gains. Shout out to you guys making those nice profits. How are profits looking today? How are profits feeling today, baby? What do we got? Always like to just throw in a little bit of love right here, giving you guys a little bit of getting a little bit of hype. Right? So what do we have? Profits today. Let's check them out. Check out the profits over in chat today. Profit wise, we got Jam making $482. Jay Sniggle making a nice, let's make this a little bit bigger, $850. Shout out to you, Jay Sniggle. We got Golfer, $3,856. Robert Jones making $1,200. K. Higgs making $888. The Great White Shark Trader, the rarest of the rare, making $625. Nice work. We got Doc Savage, $1,300. Chicago Sid, $312. We got Tim making $1,200 in pre-market. We have Golfer, Doc Savage again, Chicago Sid. We got AK-47. Hey, 17 cents a profit. You got to start somewhere. We got Booch with $310. CAD made $898. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So we are, about an hour into the stock market. I want to see if PEV can get that move. See if we can start getting some sort of rip and run. But I feel you. This market, we got to wake up a little bit in here. Get a little excited, traders. Watching, I think if there is going to be a breakout, if there is going to be a move, it has to be on PEV. There is going to be a move, it's got to be on PEV most likely. BHT trying to climb its way on up. BHT could be a potential short, but if there is going to be a good move, it's got to be on PEV. Get this market moving today. Go from a 5 to a 10. I know right now I'm just feeling the beats, feeling the BPMs run into my heart and through my bloodstream. With my free non-copyright music, where I wish I could play better songs, but I can't because YouTube will keep yelling at me. So I apologize. $10.35, and we got Mel, KTRA. KTRA, I love the chart setup. I will say that. KTRA, absolutely adore this chart setup. KTRA, nice little squeeze here. 13 EMA, 50-day moving average. Nice little squeeze. Stock is getting tighter and tighter and tighter, getting a little bit of a pop-up towards around that 30 cent mark. watching to see if we're going to break through this 35-cent area. But this is like one of the nice patterns that we like to look at. When we like to look for the standard pattern, we always like to call it the masterpiece pattern. Essentially, the standard pattern that we're always looking for is going to be some sort of squeeze. So just think about this, for instance. We have right here, right? We have the 50-day moving average on the top. We have the 13 EMA at the bottom. And then we have the 200-day moving average going across the board here. So you can see 13 EMA, 50-day moving average, getting tighter and tighter and tighter, squeezing, and then the stock again gets a nice little pop all the way on up. So we always want to look for squeezes. Squeezes are great, and whenever you see some sort of squeeze, that's where you have the best potential for a breakout. So you can actually see KTRA does have the 13 EMA underneath. It's, underneath the candle holding as support. And then we do have our top resistance area at the very top 50-day moving average looking for this pop. Team PEV at this moment is getting killed once again. PEV is about to get rejected. Look at the dump over on PEV now. This stock is just standing out as the typical IPO type of play. Guys, look at PEV. Try to run up towards 850, just got rejected all the way down towards 720. You're playing with your life right here over on PEV. PEV, this is not what you want to get involved in. We wanted to see that 850 break. We want to see the stock go crazy, but every single time people are going to get caught up in fake out breakouts. Fake out breakout, fake out breakout, fake out breakout. You know what's the best way to avoid fake out breakouts is stop buying at resistance. I will tell you, when I first started stock trading, I was not extremely profitable my first year. And the reason why I was not extremely profitable my first year is because I kept making the same mistake over and over and over and over again, which is maybe the mistake that you are making. And the mistake that, again, traders make over and over and over again, it simply comes down to this. If you are a trader that loses on 99% of your trades, it's usually for one reason and one reason only. It's because you are falling in love with the hype. You fall in love with the potential fantasy trade of you nailing the next GameStop or AMC. If you take a look, let's just say PEV, the number one top gainer of the day, PEV has run up towards the price of $850. And anyone who bought in at $850 ended up taking a loss. And if you bought it this morning at the price of $850, you would have taken a loss. And if you bought it again at the price of $850, you would have taken a loss. And if you got excited that the stock was coming on up towards around $825 and you bought it, you would have just taken a massive loss. If you want to start making money in the stock market, stop trying to be a person that's like a hero in the stock market and start doing the safe move. What's the safe move? The safe move is figuring out where support's at. Support at this time is down towards around 725. Support is at 725. Support is at 725. Support at this moment, we take a look, is 725, is down to 725, is down towards 725. How crazy is this? If you went for the breakout, you would have lost 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So if you went for breakouts, you would have had 4 losses, which of course would have equaled minus hundreds of dollars. If you guys went for the dip buy, let's just put the D right here for the breakout, you would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different opportunities to profit. But for some reason, traders don't like to look for dip buys. We would rather, for some reason or another, we would rather buy a stock at the price of $8 for it to go from $8 to the price of $9 and make $1,000, let's say, rather than buy a stock at $7 and have it go back up towards $8.25 and still make $1,000. It doesn't matter if you buy it for a breakout or if you buy it for a dip buy. $1,000 is still $1,000. It doesn't matter if you make it from the dip or if you make it for the breakout. But the issue is all new traders fail because they don't know how to buy on a dip buy. Everyone sees a stock moving on up on the scanners and everyone sees a stock keep getting higher and higher and higher. And everyone says to themselves, yeah, that's the one I want to buy. That's the one I want to break out. That's the one I want to get involved in. But you're only saying that because it's moving up to a high of the day. And you're only saying that because it's spiking, which means you are now buying on top of the spike, which means you now have the worst entry, which is why you constantly lose. You are trusting your eyes way too much in the stock market and not actually trusting the pattern. You know what you have to do in the stock market 99% of the time is do opposite of what the majority of people are doing. You all have heard the statistic before that 90% of day traders fail, 90% of stock investors fail. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means stop listening to random people that don't know anything about stock trading on Reddit, on StockTwits, on Twitter. If everyone is saying buy, 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 that's usually the time I start shorting, shorting, shorting. If everyone says, oh man, the stock is completely done with, that's usually the time I start buying. If 90% of people fail, do the opposite of 90% of people, and you usually find a lot of success in the penny stock world. Stop chasing tops, start looking for bottoms. You guys are going to find way more success. If you're a person that says every time I buy it, it goes in the opposite direction, now you know your reason why. Stop looking for breaks of resistance and start looking to get in near bottoms. You guys are going to make way more money. If everyone says bye, 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 I say bye, 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 bye. And you want to have some shorts for you. You are thinking it's a game or two. You call me crazy, but it ain't no lie. Oh, baby, bye, 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 bye. You wanna make it tough. Baby, what you say, no, I do. And when I fall in love with you. It doesn't matter what I do, I feel the pain. The way without you. What I like about when I do break out in song, I always want everyone to, I don't want to put any auto tune on it. I always want to just have pure vocals so everyone can hear my natural talent. That's what I want. My natural talent. Thank you. This is delicious, Voss. Changes will come. Who uses Trade Zero here and is under the PDT rule? So am I. I've used Trade Zero and I'm still underneath the PDT rule for the Trade Zero account. We are growing that though. It's getting up there. It's slowly growing. It's been taking some time, but we are slowly growing that thing. I will promise for the rest of the day I will not sing. Vitamin K, holy crap, you have a great voice deck. Thank you so much. I was born with it. I don't like to show it off too much just because I make a lot of people jealous, but it happens. BHAT, still watching, looking around here. BTTX Masterpiece. BTTX Masterpiece, let me see. This is like one of those things that kind of confuses traders. I like what you're thinking, but there's just one thing I would like to see. I would like to see the, BTTX have the 13 underneath. The 13 EMA, this wouldn't be a masterpiece pattern to me because the 13 EMA is not underneath, right? Not underneath all these plays. It's basically on the 50, so there really is no squeeze. You need to see underneath so it holds up as support and squeezes on up. All right? So traders, things are getting a little slower. What am I thinking? I'm thinking we dive on in to, again, day 9 of boot camp. I say again, we jump in on day 9 of boot camp. It's 10:45 in the market right now. So let's get this party going. I hate sitting around and just, not, being involved in stocks or stock trading in any sort of way. Let's make sure that we keep on working. Let's make sure we keep on getting after it. Let's make sure we keep having some fun. And let's make sure we're taking your trading to the next level. So 10:45 in the market right now. Guys, everyone stand on up. Go get a drink of water. stand on up, go to the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, get your notepad, get a calculator, whatever you guys got to do, and let's get back to it because we are diving into day 9 of our boot camp, starting on off in about 2 to 3 minutes. Sound good? So I will see everyone back here in the next few moments. Everyone just get a quick little breather. I'm going to set up our boot camp lessons, and then we'll get about an hour of boot camp lessons as we always do. Sound good? Hey, let's keep on taking your trading to the next level. No trades for myself today, unfortunately, just because it's like, not many opportunities, and I want to make sure we're being smart. We don't want to force trades. We want to make sure we trade when we see opportunity. Stay smart. Don't put yourself in bad positions, and let's keep getting after it. I'll see you guys back here in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and we will be all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's do it, traders. Let's do it, team. I'll see you guys back here momentarily, and let's get ready for a brand new lesson ahead. See you guys back here in just a moment.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Extrañando mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que ya no soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerra, el mate, vale la línea fuego y le mete la mano. Eso que mis errores también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy a volar de parte. De mi propio camino seguir lejos de ti.
All right, traders, let's get back into it. Let's get ready to rock and roll right here and turn this on off and start diving into our boot camp lesson. Obviously, boot camp lesson, very important today. We got a lot of things. I mean, when we talk about, we've been doing our boot camp for the last 2 weeks now because we're moving over to about day 9 at this moment, and we still have a lot to review. We have a lot to go over. We want to make sure that every single trader understands what we should be focused on, and at the end of this boot camp, I want to make sure that every single trader knows the proper way how to trade, how to be successful in the stock market. So today, let me bring this on over here, traders, and we are going to be going into today market versus limit orders. That is going to be our lesson on today, learning about market orders and learning about limit orders. So let me just get this all set, ready to go, and we are going to talk about market and limit orders, how they work, why we use them, and the different ways, different strategies on how to use a market and limit order. So let's break this on down. Let's go over it all, make sure every single trader understands it, and let's dive right on in. All right. So, today, market versus limit orders. What is a market order? What is a limit order? Why are we learning about these order types? Well, these orders are going to be crucial to your stock trading success because these are going to be the basic orders that every single trader is going to use. You may look at your order entry box on your brokerage and there could be some crazy orders. I will tell you right now, I've been full-time trading for the past 9 years, and I have only stuck with market orders and limit orders. You do not need to use any sort of wild, crazy orders that no one uses. Just because there's an option to use some wild, crazy order doesn't mean it's more beneficial. We are going to break down why market orders and limit orders are the most popular, how they work, when you would want to use them, and let's start this off. As these are the two main ones. These are the two most popular ones. Market, limit. All I use. Fast plays, I use market orders. Slower plays and dip buys, I use limit orders. That's basically the start and the foundation that we're going to build these around. So let's start with a market order, because a market order is very simple. A market order is very easy. A market order is the most basic type of trade. It is an order to buy or sell immediately at the current price. Typically, if you are going to buy a stock, then you pay a price at or near the posted ask. If you're going to sell a stock, you will receive a price at or near the posted bid. So let's do one more definition real quick. What is a market order? Well, market orders are popular among individual investors who want to buy or sell a stock without any sort of delay. The advantage of using a market order is that you are guaranteed to get that trade filled. In fact, it will be executed as soon as possible. Although investors doesn't know the exact price at which the stock will be bought or sold, market orders on stocks will trade over tens of thousands of shares per day, will likely be executed close to the bid and asking price. So it essentially is just what you think it is. If I put in a market order, the moment I click buy is the moment I'm in on a play. The moment I click sell is the moment I'm out of that play. So how do we know what prices we're getting in or out of? Let's take a look right here. If I wanted to get involved on PEV, PEV has been a very hot stock. And let's say I see PEV and I don't want to miss PEV. For some reason or another, I want to get in on PEV immediately. What would I do? Well, let's look at the level 2. The level 2 here shows us all the orders that are currently pending. It shows us essentially limit orders. Limit orders of people trying to buy in at 752, 750, 749, 748. And on this side, these are again people selling on their limit orders at 756, 757, 758, 759. When you take a look at the level 2, these are all limit orders, which means they are setting their order at the price they want to get in or out at. A market order will not show up at a level 2. A market order actually goes straight to the time and sales. So how does an order work? Well, an order works is if I want to buy a stock, let's say I want to buy PEV right here. If I click buy now, where am I going to get filled? I am going to get filled at the best available price. And the best available price at this time is $7.56. $7.56. If I want to buy 1,000 shares, you could see there's a person here selling at $7.56 with 1,500 shares. So this would be the best available price for me to get filled at. And I would get filled instantaneous. Now imagine if I had 1,000 shares and I wanted to get out of this play. If I had 1,000 shares and I wanted to get out of this play, I would click sell. And selling would show me the best available price that I could get out of this play. And my market order would get filled at 752 or 752. If it is more than what people are selling, it would funnel down into the 750s down here before I got out. So essentially, when we take a look at a level 2, all we have on this side is the buyers. These are people who are looking to get in on the stock. And these are going to be the sellers, which is everyone who's looking to get out of the play. If I am someone who wants to get in instantaneously and I click buy, it is going to fill me at the best available price right here at the price of $7.56. If I want to get out of it, it is going to get me out right here where someone's willing to take my shares at $7.52. So that's so great. And that's what's so awesome about a market order. Now, to set up a market order, it's very simple. And let me actually just refresh. You could see how it just went black in the background. I'm just going to refresh Webinito really quickly, just so everyone can see absolutely everything. Webinito is another live stream that we use. $10.57 in the market right now, so we have loads of time. There we go. And Webinito's back on up. So let's again dive into this a little bit more. So if we took a look, let's just say on E-Trade here, and I want to go ahead and I want to buy something on E-Trade. How could I buy PEV? Well, I can go to PEV. I can type out 1,000 shares, and instantly it shows me price type, limit order or market order. Remember, there are many different types. I could go limit order, market on close, stop on quote, stop limit on quote, hidden stop, trailing stop. If you want to get my more advanced broker, which is over on Centerpoint, guess what I could do here? I could do a market order, but I could also do a limit, stop, NASDAQ, AGSL, AC, HTH, DCAP, TWAP, CLPO, blah, 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 blah. Like, look how many different orders there are, team. You don't need to know any of this. All you need to know is market and limit, which is why they're at the very top, because this is what traders use. So if I wanted to use a market order and I wanted to get filled over on PEV, and I said to myself, okay, hey, PEV, I want to get filled on this play with, let's say, 10 shares. All I need to do is click the buy button. That's it. I click the buy button and boom, I'm in on this play. Or PEV, if I get filled on this play, guess what I can do? All I have to do if things are going my way or if things are not going my way, all I have to do is say, hey, you know what? Let me get out of that play. And I go ahead and I click the sell button, right? And it's as simple as that. So let's do a live example. Sound good? So PEV. Let's say I want to get filled on PEV at this moment. And I see PEV is coming on down. It comes on down towards 710. And I'm saying, 710, I don't want to miss this area. I wasn't ready for it with a limit order, but I do think there's going to be some sort of bounce play. I can go to PEV. I can, let's just say, type out 100 shares. I don't want to miss the bounce play, and watch how quickly and how instantaneous I will get filled. Right now, the ask is at 720. So I should get filled somewhere around 720. I go ahead and click buy, boop, and guess what? I'm in on this play. How quick was that? That was instantaneous. And you could see PEV, I got filled. My average cost basis is a little bit higher than what I wanted, 723. And at this play, I'm currently down at this moment, 10 bucks. Now, what could I say to myself? I could say, oh my goodness, this stock is going not the way I wanted. I want to get out immediately. If I want to get out of this play immediately, what's the quickest way to get out? What's the quickest way to get out of this play? You guys ready for this? 3, 2, 1, sell out. Whoa, Deck, what did you just do? All I did was click the sell button. If I see that a stock is not going my way, all I have to do is get out of that play. If I see that I'm up in profits very quickly, all I have to do is click the sell button. Probably one of the most popular questions I get is, Deck, how did you get in and how did you get out of this play so fast? All I'm doing is clicking the buy and sell button. That's it. Buy and sell button. So let's talk about when would we want to? When do we want to use a market order? Because what are the cons about a market order? Can anyone think of it? The cons about a market order is we don't get to pick the price we want. We basically pick whatever price they throw us in on, which is usually going to be around the ask. But the cons of these plays are sometimes the ask have a big spread. Let's just take a look over on, let's say GME. GME usually has a decent spread. And when I take a look over on GameStop, GME, notice what I have here. I have the bids. There are people buying shares at 142.80. There are people selling shares at 143.38. Now let's say I jump in on this play with 1,000 shares. I market order in. I am going to get filled 1,000 shares at the price of 143.38. That's there. But guess what? If one person sells, we're going on down towards this price of 142.79. So the moment I jump in on this play and one person sells down to the bid, guess what? With 1,000 shares, I'm already down roughly around $500. How crazy is that? I'm down roughly $500 because one person sold. So we always need to be watching the spread, because sometimes the spread is going to make these stocks not worth doing market orders. So when would I want to use a market order? I would want to use a market order if maybe I see a stock breaking out and I feel like I'm missing it and it's going to continue to go on a big time rip and run. As we talked about, speed and quickness is what we always love. We want to get in and plays as fast as we can, because when we start seeing a breakout, when we start seeing a hot press release, when we see good news, it is a race. It's a race versus me, versus you, versus them, versus everyone on who can get in as early as possible. Whoever gets in the earliest is going to be able to make the most amount of money. So sometimes the best thing to do is maybe sacrifice 3 to 4 cents to just get in on this play for a massive rip and run. Because I can't tell you how many people I've seen before say, oh, I don't want to use market orders because market orders are going to get me filled at, random prices. You're going to get filled right next to the ask. If I see a hot press release come on out, I am not going to diddle daddle all the way and say, okay, let's bring this on up. Okay, hold on here, guys. Wait 1 second for me. BHAT, 1,000 shares. Let me put a limit order. Let me go to 180. No, not 180, excuse me. 195. Would I get filled at 195? Okay, good. That took me way too much time. I don't want to do that in any sort of sense. I want to jump in on a play the moment I see that stock. I want to jump in on the play the moment I see it breaking on out. The stock market's not going to wait. It's so funny when people complain about that. They say, the stock moves so fast. It didn't, obviously move so fast. You are competing against 100 to 1 million other people all trying to get in on that play. If people are faster than you, they're faster than you, which means you have to, again, match how quick they are, which is usually by putting in some sort of market order if we have a hot press release or a break of resistance or, again, a very big spiker. So I like using market orders when getting in on breakouts, or I like selling on market orders most of the time. Most of the time, I like to limit order in and market order out. And the reason why I market order out most of the time is because if when I'm trading a stock, I like to watch it to see how high it's going to go. But if I ever see a stock start turning and start getting weaker, I just like to click sell and get out. Boom, I'm out. Because the last thing I want to ever do is basically sit in PEV where I'm trying to set a limit order. Oh no, the stock's dumping on me. It's at $8.13. It's at $8. It's at $7.70. It's at $7.60. It's at $7.40. And you're again sitting here, going PEV. I'm trying to get out of my trade limit order. $8. Wait, no, now it's at $7.75. Hold on, it's at 7. So, okay, hold on. Let's go to $7.50. Now it's at $7.50. It's like just click the sell button and just get out right away. Stop losing 20, 30, 40 cents. Just get out right away. Rip off the Band-Aid. Limit it. So in most cases, I am not market ordering in. In most cases, I'm always going to look to limit order in, but a lot of trades I always market order out of just so I can get out right away, or when I'm up in profit, just snatch my profit right away. And that's what I like to do. Now, let's talk about limit orders a little bit more, and let's make sure that we all understand this. So when I bring this on over here, we can see the pros of market orders. You get in right away, you get out right away. It's easy, it's simple. All we're doing is clicking buy or sell, and it's super quick. The con is we don't get to pick the entry price. So when do we like to use market orders? We like to use them to sell, as they allow us to lock in profits right away, or they again allow us to just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to get out with a very small loss. High volume makes time the essence. I want to sell the moment I see price changes direction. I like to use them for potential breakouts. So 99% of the time though, I like to use a limit order. And a limit order, sometimes referred to as a pending order, allows investors to buy and sell securities at a certain price in the future. This type of order is used to execute a trade if the price reaches the predefined level. The order will not be filled if the price does not reach this level. In effect, a limit order sets the maximum or minimum price at which you are willing to buy or sell. So let's get another definition here. So for example, if you wanted to buy a stock at $10, you could enter an order for $10. This means you will not pay anything above $10. However, you could get filled under $10. Remember, if I want to get filled on a play, lower the entry, the better. So if I put a $10 entry and I get filled, let's say at $9.90, sure, that's great. I don't mind that in any sort of way. But we will never get filled above where we place our limit order at. So why would we want to do this? What would be some great, great pros about a limit order? Well, limit orders, we get to decide where we get filled at. We can plan out our price to a T, our whole entire plan. I want to get filled at $5. I'll set a stop loss at $4.75, and I'll again look for a target all the way up to $6. I have 100% certainty. I don't need to be emotional. I know that if my plan does not come down and hit that area, I'm not going to get filled. And that's sometimes my favorite things to do. Sometimes I say to myself, hey, you know what? PEV. I think the next big dip buy is going to be back down to 640. That's what I would be saying. 640 top pre-market resistance. 640 top pre-market resistance. 640 top pre-market resistance. I see and I think that whenever this stock comes on down to the price of 640 right here, that's when that stock's going to get a dip buy. So you know what I can do? I can go over to my Centerpoint account right here. I can go to PEV. I can go to limit order. I can type in 1,000 shares. I can go ahead to the price and I can say at the price of 650, 640, let's go 640, I want to get filled. Now, guess what happens when I click this 640 button? What do you think is going to appear? Well, I'm going to click buy at 640, boom. Now, it's accepted. I'm not in on the play, but it's a pending order, which now means I get to do this. Whew. I get to sit back, relax. The butlers come in, pour up some wine, get some grapes fed to us, right? You just get to relax, drink a Yoo-hoo, whatever you want to do. And you don't have to kind of get in some of the craziness. We have our game plan. Our game plan is let's go ahead and have a bounce play off old resistance, have a bounce play off old resistance, have a bounce play off old resistance, which should be now new support. And unless it hits that area that I set, I don't need to worry. I don't need to fear in any sort of way. Now, what do I like about this? Well, kind of my go-to area, or what I like to say a lot of times in the stock market is, if I get filled, great. If I don't, well then, no harm done. And that's basically how it is with PEV. If PEV comes all the way down to 640, I think it'll bounce from 640 all the way back up to 670. But if it doesn't go down to 640, no harm done. I don't lose anything. Guess what? If I don't like this trade anymore, I'm saying, hey, I'm not going to get filled. I don't lose anything. I click X, cancel my order, and now I'm still at the same area, still at the same price. I'm still just sitting there, kicking back, relaxing. So that's what I like to do on a lot of my plays. Same exact thing. Let's say, okay, I want to get filled on Tesla. Tesla at this moment, I think the best dip buy over on Tesla is going to be somewhere around 705. Okay? So Tesla, what's my game plan? the game plan on this stock is try to get filled somewhere around that, 705 mark. So I could go with 10 shares if I wanted to. Go over, type in 705, and now I have Tesla typed on out, Tesla, 10 shares right here. Bring it on up, switch from market order to limit order, go to the price of 705, and now I click buy. The moment I click buy over on Tesla, am I in on this play? I am not in on this play just yet, but I do have a pending order. So now my order is pending, and usually this is my game plan at this point. If I really like my game plan and I have a great chance of getting filled, I usually do this. I switch over now to a market order. So I have a pending order that is set to go in case I get filled at 705, and now I have a market order set, and I just have to put my mouse over my trigger. That's it. Put your mouse over the sell button. And now, sit back and let it do what you want it to do. Hey, my game plan at this time. My game plan is, I see Tesla has a lot of support and a lot of resistance at, 705. I can see that in the past right here, we have a bounce play at 705. I could see resistance at 705, a nice bounce at 705. If this comes on down towards 705, I could imagine it bouncing very nicely. So I have an order at the price of 705, but then I switched out to a market order. So now when it does bounce at 705, all I have to do is put my finger on the trigger right here, and all I got to do is sit back now, and once I see myself in profit, all I have to do is click that button. And once I click that button, I'm out. And that makes my trading extremely easy. So the way I honestly think about it, more of kind of like a childish example, is when I think of people who use market orders, I'm thinking of, basically the garage door opens and it's like a heavy metal band in there. People again, like swinging their crazy long hair around. It's just like, it's like that type of vibe. No rules, pure anarchy, jump in, jump out. Hey, we don't got to plan anything out. We're just rolling with life, baby. We're just, again, running red lights with the roof off. We're doing whatever we want. That's kind of how I think of market orders. When I think of limit orders, I think of more planned, more, again, relaxed. Take me to a fancy restaurant and pamper me. I want someone walking around with some tuxedos just handing me the finest of champagnes. I have everything planned out meticulously, right? Everything is sit there looking good. But I like to try to find a little bit of that mix. I like to plan everything out perfectly the way I want. And once I get in at the area that I want, then I switch over and say, okay, the moment I want to get out, the moment is the moment I get on out. So I do use limit orders and market orders, both, so that we're all set here, ready to go. Now, let's talk about these a little bit more then. Now, when we take a look, we can see the cons about a limit order. Cons about a limit order is it does take time. It takes time to write them out. It's hard to predict the exact highs and lows. So the cons about limit orders are going to be, number one, they take more time to write out. What takes longer? A click, and in, or, okay, type out this to this price, to this. Even though this may only take 3 to 4 seconds, that may you be missing dollars. That could be the difference between you making $0 to you making thousands of dollars. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a stock break on out and the stock keeps going up, and you never get filled because you keep putting a lower price than where the stock's at, and it just keeps going up and up and up, and you never get filled because the stock just keeps climbing. So it's hard to predict the exact highs and lows. You want to stick with your supports and resistance lines. Some days are going to be tougher than others where you don't get filled. Maybe you miss it by a penny or two, and it's annoying because you want to get filled. But stick with following that game plan. That's the greatest thing. So when do we use limit orders? Well, I like using limit orders on bounce plays, on dip buys, on slow plays that I have time, pre-market and after hours. If you can use a limit order, use the limit order. That's the simple rule. If you can use it, use it. If it's a stock that's going crazy and you just want to jump in, okay, just jump in. Really, market orders are for momentum only on the upside. And other than that, it's just for taking profits and cutting losses quick. For everything else, we should be using limit orders because we want to plan everything out, pick everything out, and make sure we come out on top. Now, something that you guys can also see right here is we can only use limit orders in pre-market and in after hours. That is something that is extremely important for you to understand. Only use limit orders in pre-market and in after hours. So if it is the time of 7 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock East Coast, if it is the time of 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning West Coast, you can only use limit orders in pre-market. So if you ever want to buy in pre-market, you have to do this. You have to actually drop on down to not, limit or market, keep it on limit, but actually look at a different section in your order box. That would say destination, that would say TIF, that would say EXT for extended hours, and you want to drop this down to ARCA or EXT. And that'll allow you to trade from 7 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. Some brokers are going to be from 4 in the morning. Now, the very cool thing and very interesting thing about this is if you guys ever want to trade, if you ever want to get involved into a play in the morning, you can trade before the stock market even opens. And that's awesome because guess what? A lot of hot news comes out before the stock market even opens. News starts coming out at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 7, 8, 9. I can't tell you how many times I've woken up before at 7, 8, 9 o'clock, and there's already a stock that has spiked 100%, 200%. And that's because why? That's because it already came out with very hot news. So FSTX went on a 58% move. SMFL went on a 38% move. CUR. These are all stocks that went on nice moves with news. So if I wanted to get involved, let's say on CUR and the press release came out at 7:05 in the morning, how would I do that? Well, it's the same exact thing. You just need to be on ARCA. So let's just type in QURE, and that's not the right play. Excuse me. What was it right here? Let's just go to percentage change. Doop. And yep, QURE. Excuse me, that was the right play. QURE right here. And we take a look over on this stock. What happened on QURE? QURE came out with news at 7 in the morning. It's been moving up ever since. So we want to ask ourselves, how can we get in this like dim orange section, this tangerine section? Well, we got to be able to buy in right when we see that hot press release. So we would be in over on QURE, on ARCA, and then we limit order in. The best way, the hands down best way to get in on a hot press release the moment it comes on out, because obviously things go crazy the moment hot news comes on out, is jump the ask. That's the way you want to do this, okay? You might say, Deck, I don't know what that means. Most traders do not get filled when hot press releases come on out because they try to do what they always do. And what do they always try to do? Hey, I want to get filled on a play. They say to themselves, if QURE is at the price of $19, let me put in an order at $18.90. Let me see if I can get filled at $18.90, and then I want to be in on that stock. If you use a limit order, you probably say to yourself, okay, QURE's at $19. Let me try to get filled at $18.75. So I got a little bit of a room on down, then it moves on up. Because if you just wanted to buy right away, you would just use a market order. But you can't use market orders at the start of the day. Now, a lot of traders always get angry and upset because hot news comes on out. QURE comes out with a hot press release at the price of, again, $15. Then it goes to $15.70, $16, $17, $18, $19. It's all the way up towards highs, and you missed out on a $5 spike. Let's start thinking about it, not as yourself, but let's start thinking about everyone else. If a hot press release comes out on, let's say, QURE, would it make sense that the stock would come on down to $18.75? Well, Deck, I got to put a limit order in, and I want to get in at a good price. Okay, awesome. But you know what? If a hot press release comes out on QURE, why would anyone sell their shares? Wouldn't that mean everyone would hold their shares? Which would mean that everyone who is going to be buying it isn't dropping down to you. It means everyone's going up to the next level. So I can't tell you how many times people say, Deck, I saw the hot press release right away, but I never got filled. And you never got filled because you either put in the entry at $19 or you put in an entry underneath $19. And then guess what? Everyone said, hey, that's a hot press release. I want to go up to 1902. Stock goes to 1902 and someone says, yeah, I'm going to buy it at 1904. Then next thing you know, it's up at 1907. In this case, the stock went from $15 all the way up to $15.70. Someone said, yeah, I want to buy this. This is hot. I'm going to buy it at $16, $16.50, $17. Now all the way up towards $19. The stock doesn't fall when it has hot news. So the way that you have to get in is you have to jump the ask. And how you do that is essentially by tricking your level 2. Your level 2 is set and programmed so that it will give you, and it wants to work with you, the best entry possible. If you market order in, if you, let's say the normal day, and you market order in on this play over on QURE, your level 2 will say, this person is market ordering in, we put them at the best price. That's at 1902. But if you do it in pre-market, market ordering won't work. So what do you think would happen, let's say, if you do a limit order? If you do a limit order and you put the price of, let's say, 1925, your level 2 will say, well, he didn't mean to get in at 1925. He probably meant to get in at the best entry possible. Let's just fill him at 1902. So if you actually jump the ask, which you put in 10, 15, 20 cents above whatever the asking price is, you will not get filled at 1925. You will get filled whatever the best asking price is. So you're essentially tricking your level 2 into giving you a market order on the best play. So the scenario at this time is, let's say QURE, it is 7 in the morning. It is 7 a.m. at this time, okay? QURE, 7 in the morning. And all of a sudden, a hot press release comes on out. The hot press release comes on out, boom. And it says that we have cured cancer. Oh my goodness, that is an amazing press release. We have just cured cancer over on QURE. What are you going to do? Do you think the best thing to do is say, okay, QURE, it's 7:01 in the morning. No one has bought it just yet. I think I might be the first one to see this. Price at $19. Am I putting an order on $18.98? Hoping someone sells to me? Stop being so greedy. We just cured cancer. This stock is about to go on a $15, $20, $50, $100 spike. Just get in immediately. A stock that just said it's going to cure cancer is not going to fall. So what do you think I am going to do? I am again playing, hey, I just want to get in as quickly as I can. There has been many times I've tried to put in orders at 1902. By the time I pressed orders at 1902, it's at 1905. I delete my 1902, I put 1905, then it's at 1916. I delete that, I try to put in 1916, now it's all the way up at 1950. So what I always say is, hot news comes on out, immediately I put an order at 1925. I don't care. I just want to get in on this play. Maybe the 1902s are gone and then I get filled at 1903. That's fine. I'm okay with that as long as I get in on this play, because we know the stock is going to be doing this, going on a massive move. And there's going to be people that are saying, wait for me, hold on, I want to get in, right? Just jump the ask and you're tricking your level 2 to essentially giving you a market order. Okay? It's the same exact thing if you want to sell in pre-market. You could jump the bid and go lower than what you want. And I know that's scary. I know it's scary because you're saying to yourself, oh, Deck, what if I get filled? What if I get filled at, 1950? You're not going to. You're going to get filled at whatever the best asking price is. So that's the strategy I use to get right in right away in pre-market. I'm essentially market ordering in on pre-market even though it's not a market order. So that's why, again, limit orders are great. Market orders are great. I use limit orders more than I use market orders, but that's an amazing strategy that you guys should focus on and use every single day when trying to find these hot top gainers. So what's the difference? A market order is an order to buy or sell a security immediately. This type of order guarantees that the order will be executed, but does not guarantee the price. So a market order guarantees will be executed, but does not guarantee the price. A limit order is to buy or sell security at a specific price. A limit order can only be executed at a limit price or lower. A sell limit can be executed at the limit price or higher. So it means we can put in a price, but does not mean we will get filled. We know right here, we have our definition: market order, buy or sell at the best price available. Limit order, buy or sell at our specific price. Price control, we have none. You, again, go ahead and put it right there. Limit order, we have full control, but maybe we don't get filled. So let's just take a second, break down the order entry box, which we essentially have already done, but it doesn't matter if you guys are, again, looking at, let's say, a center point order box, or if you guys are, let's say, looking over on an E-Trade order box. They're all essentially the same. If I put Tesla up on the top right here on center point, my symbol over here is still going to be Tesla, right? Give me 1 second here. All right. If I, again, want to say, okay, how many shares do I want to buy? I can go ahead and I can put 1,000 shares right here. Or again, I could put 1,000 shares right here. What else can I do? I can switch this out to a limit order right here. I could switch this out to a limit order right here. I could put my price on where I want to get in, $712.95. I could put my price of $712.95 right here. I can say how long do I want to get filled on this. I could do the day. I could do good till canceled. There's different options. And I could do, again, my destination, such as auto or ARCA. I could do the same exact thing right here, where I could say, again, do I want to have my day till, good till canceled, anything along these lines. And then it's as simple as click and buy and as simple as click and buy. From there, I can go over, switch out to a limit order, or a market order. Same exact thing. I switch out to a market order, and I can just hover over the mouse and click the sell button whenever I want to get out. So it doesn't matter what your order entry box looks like. They're all essentially the same. They just may, again, have the numbers or the spots in a few different places. But other than that, everything is essentially the same. Other than that, everything is good to go. And you guys are now all set to be using market orders and limit orders, of course, on your trading strategy coming on up. So use it, enjoy it, make that money, and absolutely crush it here today, ladies and gentlemen. Great job and great work. Claire, throw it back on. Let's get it going here a little bit. So again, nice work here, traders. Nice work here, traders. So, just a heads up, does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns at this time? Right now is the time that I want you guys to ask. Backdock, can you show how you put a stop loss in? A stop loss is a separate order. So, heads up, number one, talk to your brokerage on how you put a stop loss in. They'll send you a tutorial. But how to put a stop loss in is it is after your entry order. A lot of people try to put like stop losses in before they're even in on the stock. A stop loss is a separate order. So if you want to have, let's say, Tesla 1,000 shares, you need to buy in on Tesla 1,000 shares. Then after that, you can change this to Tesla stop loss, where you can do on stop on quote or stop limit on quote, or you can do a hidden, or it's not hidden, a trailing stop. What I would always suggest is a trailing stop. Trailing stops are the best. So what I would do is a trailing stop by a dollar amount. So if I'm in on Tesla with 1,000 shares, if Tesla falls from its high, I would say $2. Then click sell and it'll get you out when it falls $2. Deck, I don't want to lose more than, again, let's say 3%. You could put 3%. That's, again, trailing stop by percentage, and then you click sell. So the thing is, this is after you already have an order in. Then you put in another order, which would be your sell order. M. Duke, how do you handle a stop loss after you place a limit order and got approved? I think, again, I probably just answered your question right there. Josie Cheres, how do I know I'm ready to start scaling in big? It comes down to you. Let me ask you a question. When you buy in 100 shares, are you nervous? Do you black out? Are you scared? If all these answers are yes, then you're not ready to go up big yet. If you are buying 100 shares and you're winning and it's not very adrenaline pumping to you and you have all your collections cool and calm, go up to 200, go up to 300, go up to 400. The thing is, in stock trading, you should just keep progressively giving yourself emotional tolerance. Think about it as lifting weights. Deck, how do I know I'm ready to bench more weight? Well, let's see what you can bench to begin with. Can you bench 100 pounds? Yes. And you're repping out 100 pounds. Awesome. Hey, let's put more weight on it. Hey, how do I know I'm ready? Because you were just benching out 100 pounds easy. Now let's do 200 pounds. Can you bench this out? Hey, yeah, you are. Let's put 250. Oh, 250, I can't lift it. Okay, let's go back down to 200. So the thing is, same as that concept. Hey, if you can, trade 100 shares and not be confused, not be lost, not be emotional, not be blindsided by your emotions and greed, go up to 200, go up to 500. Oh, hey, 1,000 shares, you're just a completely different trader. You feel like you're gambling, go back down to 500. Build up your emotional tolerance. Changes will come. Question, TradeZero has a button after you locate shorts and accept. Then it's called a credit button or marking shorts. Do I have to hit that button to get someone else to want the shorts, or do they just go away when I short and cover? Nope. Again, that's a great question. You will have those shorts until you, again, click that credit and get out of those. So you will not get kind of any money back whatsoever unless you click that credit button and then someone else buys your shorts back from you. Now, you don't get a lot of money. You don't, like, let's say if you spend $100 on shorts, you may get like $17 back. It's like going to GameStop. Who remembers going to GameStop as a kid? Who remembers, again, bringing in and being so pumped, being like, hey, I'm selling my Xbox 360 and I'm going to include Modern Warfare 2 into it. And you walk up to GameStop, there's some huge fat guy there with a big beard, again, who probably played Dungeons and Dragons throughout high school. And now he's talking about his World of Warcraft, RuneScape leveling up. And you walk up to him and you say, hey, I'm selling my Modern Warfare 2 and my Xbox 360. It's 2006. You are ready to be a middle school billionaire with $300. And he goes, yeah, hey kid, we'll offer you 23 cents. And you say, 23 cents? And then you end up accepting it anyway. Right? It's like, we see that happen a lot. I remember all my dreams were crushed back then. Bobby Axelrod, Deck, when we see a stock spike, what would be the top 3 indicators you look for before A, jumping in or going long, and B, to short? So let's just talk about that really quickly. A stock spikes. What are some things I initially always look for? Well, I'm always going to look for, number 1, why is that stock spiking? Number 1 thing I always look for is, why is that stock ripping and running? Does it have news? If there's no news, there's a good chance I'm not buying into it. Number 2, I always look for, what's the float? If the float is over, again, 30 million, there's a good chance I'm not buying it. And number 3, I always compare it to market conditions. What are the current market conditions? Is it hot? Is it cold? Are we seeing massive breakouts? Or is it a day like today that everything's spiking and giving back its gains? And if it's a day like today, I probably wouldn't buy it no matter what. So when I see a stock breaking on out, I look for, again, float, news, and market conditions. How do I know I want to short it? Well, we could start with market conditions. If I see something breaking on out, I know it's most likely going to start dumping back on down here pretty soon. Also, I look for those upper shadows. I know Bobby Axelrod, you've seen, again, a million of those upper shadows. Easy thing that you can always do is wait and watch for that upper shadow. And the last thing I always do is look at a previous history. Where did the stock spike up last time before it got rejected? And what do I see? I see it's going to be somewhere right around this region. Last time we had a big time spike was right up to 2025, 2050-ish. You can see bounce play back on down towards around 2025. So it's like bounce play, top resistance, top resistance. Where do I want to look for a short? Probably right around 2025. So shorting, upper shadow, mark conditions, and past chart spiking. That's what I want to look for. Egan saying, question, when there is a halt, what do you do? I want to go, next time we have like a Holt, Egan, I want to kind of break it down when we actually have a live Holt and we can talk about it a little bit more. I want to answer your question, but I want to get like a live Holt so we can actually like see it best and you'll be able to understand it. So don't go anywhere. We are going to go into that, absolutely, during Holts, but it's just going to be so much more easy to teach when we actually have a live one and we can see what happens off of it. But I will be going into that. I don't mean to ignore your question. I'm going to answer it, but I just want to see a live one first because you'll be able to understand it 10 times better. So just stick with me. I gotcha. Red Rooster, Deck, I'm paper trading, and this past 2 months I won, but this month I'm a little green. You think I'm ready for full-time day trading? Again, if you've won the last 2 months straight, and then on top of that, you won a little bit of green this month. So you basically have gone 3 months in a row of winning. That is awesome, and that is great. And I want you to know that is awesome, that is great. But be honest with yourself right now. Can you see everything that I see? Do I ever say things and you're like, oh, I didn't realize that? Do we come up with the same watch list every single morning? Do we have the same game plans every day? Are you, again, getting lucky? Be honest with yourself. Because the thing is, people are always, again, lying to themselves. People are always saying, I'm ready to trade. But deep down, you're saying, I don't really know half the stuff that Dex does. He's just, again, kind of just pulling all this stuff out, and I'm just hoping I'm making money. So just be honest with yourself. Do you honestly feel ready to trade? Or do you just feel like you've been getting a little lucky? You've been hitting some trades. Basically you've held stocks very long and hope they come back on up, and they do. Are you actually trading the way you would trade with real money? Or again, are you more just gambling that things just worked out? So that's all I can say. Other than that, if you won the last 3 months in a row, you're doing fantastic no matter what. So you're doing fantastic and you're doing a great job no matter what. That's great. But I'm not trying to take anything away from that. I just want you to, again, just be brutally honest with yourself. So still looking. THSZX deck. What do you use for news with the stocks mentioned? I use a scanner called Scans. You guys can go get this if you guys want to at this moment, but I'm just letting you guys know we are developing a brand new scanner that is going to send you the hottest press releases every single day. So if you guys are following me, especially over on YouTube, and you guys are not part of Tradecaster, make sure you guys turn on notifications and join all these, because it's probably going to be done in like 2 months or so, and it's going to be the best scanner that you guys have ever seen. But this right here is called Scans. Can you give us some thoughts over on BHAT at the moment? BHAT, still a good solid play. BHAT, where do you think this stock's trying to get up to? 50-day moving average. 50-day moving average is up towards 244. That's the goal here. 244, 50-day moving average. Vincent, Deck, why do stocks rip with no news? What's driving them up? What's driving them up is me, is you, is Matt, is Darby, is Shelby, is Andrew, is everyone in the world. You are here right now because you want to trade stocks and make money. I'm here right now because I want to trade stocks and make money. Everyone here on YouTube is here to make money. Everyone here on Tradecaster is here to make money. And you know what? Some traders at this moment saying, hey, Deck, there's no news on half these plays. Why are they spiking? Well, it comes down to emotion. BHAT is moving on up. I bet you there's a lot of people in the world right now that are buying BHAT in the hopes that it keeps moving on up. And if, again, let's say 10 people buy it in hopes that it keeps moving on up, it does move up a little bit, which may trigger someone else who says, it is moving up, I want to buy it now. So then they buy it, which makes it move up a little bit higher, which again makes someone else trigger and makes they say, oh, I need to buy it, it's still going on up. So right now we may have BHAT up on a deck of cards, or a house of cards, I would say, which is essentially, it's just moving up with no real sturdy foundation, which is why all these penny stocks come crashing back down to the ground. JATC, Deck, is there any way you could show us the way you fill up your trading journal? There are a couple things that I'm not sure where or how to find do. Let me try to help you out really quickly here. Just if you have that trading journal. So if you have the trading journal that I sent out to you guys, this is what they're talking about. So this trading journal. Take a screenshot. If you have this trading journal, I email it out to our mailing list to right here. So here are some columns about what you need. And if you're ever confused on Deck, I don't know what to put in, like initial risk or multiple or comments or money at work. Everything is right here. Okay. So take a screenshot of this. Take a picture of that. If you guys use that journal, and then you won't be confused. You have basically a key right here that gives you it. All right. BHAT, ladies and gentlemen. BHAT moving itself on up. All the way on up right now towards that 50-day moving average. We got lunch hours coming on up within the next 20 minutes. BHAT right here, trying to get a little bit more hype. This stock is still trying to spike, still trying to move, still trying to run. We got up towards a high of the day so far of 1050. High of the day so far, up towards around that 1050-ish mark over on BHAT. Can the stock keep on spiking? We did get up towards 50-day moving average of that 1040-ish area. 1040 is going to be a very strong resistance line at this time. Let's see if we get a little pop above this. See if we start going up towards a new high. 1060, 1070. So far, BHAT is the best play. We do have a lot of resistance up near around 1060. And the reason why I say resistance is up towards around 1060 is because BHAT does have bottom support, right? Bottom support 1060, bottom support at 1060, top resistance right around 1060. BHAT still trying to move here. BHAT at this time, still trying to get some rips and runs. There are no shares available to short at this time that I'm seeing over on BHAT. Got up towards 252 so far. I'm trying to locate to see if there's any sort of shares that'll come on up over on Centerpoint. Nothing I'm getting yet, though. What am I saying? Am I saying like a crazy number? I mean 250. If I was saying anything other than 250, I apologize. Oh, 1050? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Still keep my eyes peeled on this play. Yeah, and BHAT still says inquiring all routes. So I, again, typed on short locate BHT 5,000 shares and just says inquiring. So I don't have anything yet on BHAT. BHAT sitting right around this 250-ish mark, starting to have a little bit of a pullback. I mean, lunch hours is coming on up. Unfortunately, we're just not getting that, any sort of crazy move today. I mean, I love BHAT. You might be like, Deck, what do you mean we don't have a crazy move today? We have a stock up 228%. BHAT, you are 100% right. BHAT is a crazy spike. BHAT is a crazy, a nice move, but it doesn't look like a nice move, right? When you again expect a stock to go on a 220% spike, are you expecting a stock like all the way up to $50? A lot of this doesn't look like a 220% move, and it's just because the stock was only 70 cents yesterday. So that's why it's such like a big move, and it doesn't look like a ginormous move, is because it was 70 cents yesterday, and now BHAT is trying to get this nice rip and climb and nice, pop on up. But when it comes down to it, and we're saying, why is this happening? BHAT, remember, we take a look at this play, and I see a 219% gain 20 hours ago. It basically got rid of its offering. They said they were going to have an offering, which dropped the play on down, but then they said, never mind, we're not going to have this offering. And that's why BHAT has been going on a very nice rip and run and spike. Lake Trader, so when there is no news and things spike and the mom moves there, who starts it? There must be a place where some people are aware. I mean, BHAT, we were all aware of this one this morning, weren't we? BHAT, this was in our morning newsletter today. BHAT, this was the top stock that, was the number one top gainer in the morning. So who gets aware of it? Well, BHAT, this was a play that was when we woke up at 6 in the morning, it already had a little bit of a gap up. So whatever stocks have gap ups in the morning, traders will always look at them. Whatever stocks that are having gap ups in the morning, there's always going to be a Discord that will buy it. There will always be a stock twits group that will jump in. There will always be people that always will buy the number one top gainer. And sometimes, if you buy the number one top gainer, it gets a little fire, which makes more fire go into it, which makes more fire, which makes more fire, which makes more fire, which makes the stock keep on getting some hype. And now, again, BHAT, be honest with yourself. Why do you want to buy BHAT? You're not buying BHAT because you're saying to yourself, oh yeah, Deck, the company just came out with, and again, they released an offering. And the offering is now, again, leading towards a nice increase in the price. And I really like the financials of this company. You're not buying it for that reason. You're buying BHAT because it's going up. That's the only reason you're buying BHAT right now. You're trying to make a quick profit. I know you. I know you better than you know yourself. Okay? So, that's why you're buying BHAT at this time, which I'm not hating. If you make money on BHAT, say, hey, Deck, I bought BHAT just because it was going on up and I made, again, $500. Hey, hey, I'm happy for you. I'm happy if you guys crushed it. But just know, you are taking a little bit of a gamble on this play, just hoping for the best. If PEV breaks through 645, you think it's done? I think PEV is already done. A better way to think about it is unless PEV breaks above $8, it's not going to do anything. So it's not, hey, is PEV, if it cracks underneath 640, is it done? It's already done to me. Unless it breaks back above $8, then it's not done. BHAT, still going here, traders. Still no shares available to short for myself. Still waiting to see if there's going to be any sort of shares available to short. It says still BHAT inquiring for all routes. Got up towards 283 so far over on BHAT. BHAT starting to form a little bit of that upper shadow. Upper shadow starting to form at this moment. See a couple of you guys talking about RAN. RAN, a little bit of hype as well. And BHAT, first upper shadow. Notice, traders, whenever we get these upper shadows, that's usually when reversals start happening. I wouldn't be shocked if it gets back up in the 260s or so, but I would probably say upper shadow, I would not be shocked if we start going back down to 240s or maybe even touch the 230s. Centerpoint doesn't have any shares available to short for me. No shares available to short at this time. Stock is up again 231%. Next smart entry would be a dip buy. Next smart entry would be a dip buy, traders. You could look for a small dip buy at the price of 1040, or you can wait for the trend line. Trend line's all the way back on down towards around like 1020. Or excuse me, I don't know why I'm saying 10. 220. 220 or 240. That is the smarter dip buy opportunities. And that's just you not buying when the stock's up 230%. This will get a dip buy. Don't worry. Traders will look for some sort of dip buy, right? But look for the dip buy back on down towards either 240 or look on down towards 225. The stock's up 237%. Give it a little time to fall. I do think the best short entry would be above 260. If you can get 260 or even possibly 270, that's awesome. But I think we are going to be fading back on down throughout lunch hours. So entries on shorts, either have them at this orange line or above, and entries on dip buys, have them at this blue line or underneath, okay? But right now, you are in no man's land. No one should have any entry right now at this moment. You should either be shorting above this red line or you should either be dip buying beneath this blue line. Don't be in no man's land. Right now, 11:46 in the market, and team, we are starting to come to the end. Man, 11:47. Traders, as always, I just have so much fun working with each and every single one of you guys, and you guys truly make every single day just an absolute gift. I have an absolute blast day in and day out working with you, profiting with you, trading with you, commentating with you, making sure that you are constantly and consistently understanding this market and growing as a trader. I could not be any more pumped up for the traders who were able to make some gains today, and I could not be any more pumped up for a trader that just learned 1, 2, 3 new things today. If you guys, again, knew everything today, made money today, learned a little bit, and got some great laughs in as well, that's what it's all about, connecting with new traders and growing this team, growing this family. Hey, traders, thank you so much to everyone who has joined us today. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. And if you guys have not, make sure you guys come on over and sign on up to a free 7-day pass over on Tradecaster.com. Make sure that you guys are ready to rock and roll, and make sure you guys are here. So come on over, Tradecaster.com, get ready to go, get ready to get after it, and let's have some fun here. All right, so thank you so much to all the traders who have joined us. We'll keep our eyes on BHAT. AK47 is going to be going live here momentarily over on Tradecaster, so you guys can join him there, and we'll be all ready to rock and roll. Thank you, everyone who has joined us. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Happy Thursday. If you have any questions, lay them out in the chat room. I'll be here throughout lunch hours, and we are all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's do it, team. You guys know the drill. In 3, 2, 1. Ah-hoo-hoo! Everyone lay out a GIF in chat right now. I want to see the best GIF out in chat, and let's make some money. I'll see you guys back here later on. Have a good one. Enjoy your Thursday. Thank you, YouTube. Sign up, free 7-day pass, Tradecaster.com. Have a wonderful day.
I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect.
show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Music keeps me on alone. You got the feeling
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que ya no soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerra y más. De darle la línea fuego y de meter la mano. No sé que mis errores también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy a volar de parte. De mi propio camino seguir lejos de ti.
I'm on my way. Just to end up here. And we both know this is a life
Pop that thing, she gon' pop that. Pop that thing, she gon' pop that.
staying in Paris to get away from your parents, and I thought, wow, if I could take this in a shot right now, I don't think that we could work this out on the terrace. I don't know if it's fair, but I thought, how could I let you fall by yourself while I'm wasted with someone else? If we go down, then we go down together. They'll say you could do anything, they'll say that I was clever. If we go down, then we go down together. We'll get away with everything and show them we are better. We will stay in the Paris. Staying in Paris to get away from your parents, and you're so proud, standing there with a frown and a cigarette, posting pictures just of yourself on the internet, out on the terrace. We breathe in the air of this small town on our own, couldn't pass for the thrill of it, getting drunk on the bus we were living in. If we go down, then we go down together. They'll say you could do anything, they'll say that I was clever. If we go down, then we go down together. We'll get away with everything, let's show them we are better. Let's show them we are, show them we are, show them we are.
Come and fly away with me. 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 Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge, they say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making moves. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making moves. We're climbing, we're soaring.
1,000 views.
Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. We're running, we're falling, we'll make it through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring a change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. bit of a lie. Don't see myself inside. Why can I get it right? I don't know. You always watching me fall. Shadows they like my wall. Why do I feel so small? I don't know. So I walk into the dead of night, where my monsters like to hide. They are so good inside. No one knows. I love control again. All we do is blame and not to blame. I lost control again. I don't know who I am. to hide under the covers, staring at each other with careless melodies. Something very deep inside us, major and divine, like piano, play for me. Play for me. Couldn't stop the world from turning. It was like a whirlwind, scattered us like leaves. But I'm stuck inside a feeling, a song that never leaves. We were like a symphony. Play for me. Play for me. Oh, play for me. I see you in my sleep, like you in the bird. Oh, everything we do. I try to play, you don't need to see me cry, 'cause you don't understand, you don't understand. So then when I'm feeling some about my business and ready to save the world, I'm taking my misery, making my peace, giving everyone's favorite girl. But I can't even stay away, I've never been so away. Nobody but me can keep me safe. I'm on my way.
Hello, sweet reef. I know you will be the death of me. Feel like I'm running after ecstasy. I am drowning in an endless sea. Hello, there's a misery that knows no end. Oh, you and everything I am. Make sure I never forget. I wish that I did not know. We're all broken up, but so. I wish that my heart was staying slow. Yeah, you have to let me know. might give it up where I belong. Cause every stage is like our song. Goodbye, my love. You were everything my dreams laid out. You'll be friends and I'm crying down. If I only want break the ball. I wish that I did not know. We're all broken up but cold. I wish that my heart was made of stone. Yeah, you have to let go.
We sharing stories, just something in your eyes. Don't be afraid, the shadows moving. Let's leave the world behind. Falling through the dark side, wait to be the light. We're living on the dark side. I see it, let's feel it. While we're still young and feel this way. Follow the light, falling to the dark side.
perfect 10? What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Oh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They weigh me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Disgusted with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain way, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Oh. Let the animal
show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Music keeps me on alone. You got the feeling. The music keeps me singing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me dancing. Music keeps me on alone. You got the feeling. The music keeps me singing. Music keeps me dancing.
Buscando mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que ya no soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerra y más. De darle la línea fuego y de meter la mano. Yo sé que mis errores también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy a volar de pastel. De mi propio camino seguir lejos de ti.
I'm on my way. turning into the dust. Saying our shadows just to end up here. And we both know this is like the world we have. But we can't stop. This is like the world we have.
Pop that thing, she gon' pop that. Pop that thing, she gon' pop that.
Chasing my demons down an empty road. Watching the passing turning into the dust. Saying our shadows just to end up here. And we both know this is like the world we have. But we can't stop.
Let's go.
to see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality. You are me by your starts to roar. The lion that wakes the wave, but through it we are brave. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but I would walk 1,000 miles to see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality.
rather play. You don't need to see them cry, 'cause either if they understand, they better understand. So then when I'm feeling this, I'm about my business and ready to save the world. I'm taking my mess away, taking my risk, giving everyone say goodbye. I've never been so away. Nobody but me can keep me safe. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Hello, sweet reef. I know you will be the death of me. Feel like I'm running after ecstasy. I am drowning in an endless sea. Hello, there's a misery that knows no. Oh, you with everything I am. Make sure I never forget. I wish that I did not know. We're all broken up, but so. I wish that my heart would stay slow. Yeah, you have to let go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are getting ready for this afternoon, and we are ready to go here. I hope everyone is having an absolutely fantastic afternoon. And I hope you guys are all set to see what comes up in this final hour of the day. Whew, man, I love this job. I love trading. It is so amazing. We are currently seeing BHAT. I mean, what a rip, what a move, what a spike that BHAT has had so far. This stock is still up 270% at this time. BHAT, unfortunately, I have not been able to find any routes on BHAT, which means I just haven't been able to get any shorts. If I take a look again, BHAT, I want to get like 5,000 shares, inquiring all routes. It just says inquiring. I still have not been able to get any sort of short locates. So on Centerpoint, they are slacking slightly over on the short locates. I'm trying to inquire them, and I'm just not getting anything at this moment. So I have not touched BHAT on the long side. But let's, talk about this play. Let's break this play on down. Let's get everyone understanding, what's happening on some of these stocks, and let's see if we can get a good afternoon ahead of us. A nice power hour right here to see what stocks are really going to start breaking on out. So what do we have? Well, BHAT just went from $1, spiked all the way up towards around $3.50. How is this stock up? It sounds crazy. I mean, this stock was up 350%. Doesn't that seem like a wild amount of move? When I think of a 350% spiker, I'm thinking of a stock that was like $5 and is now all the way up towards like $20. But this play was only 70 cents. Which is why when it went all the way up to 350, it was all the way up technically around 350%, which is a very large amount. BHAT has just been moving up, and then started fading on down. First things first. Why did BHAT go on the spike that it did? When we take a look over on BHAT, the reason why it went on the spike was kind of like a oops, got you, made you guys blink, right? And what do I mean by that is yesterday they came out and they stated that, hey, BHAT, we were going to have an offering. We were going to have a big offering, But never mind. We terminated it. Remember, traders, the easiest way to think about what this really means is an offering is when we add more shares to the public. So I always like to think about it as it's the easiest way to think about the current housing market. Let's imagine we only have 3 houses available in the entire country. Okay? We only have 3 houses available in the entire country. How expensive are these houses? This house is going to be $10 million. This house is going to be $12 million. This house is going to be $9 million. These houses are very expensive. But let's just say out of nowhere, Joe Biden says, hey, I'm going to give $1 trillion to, again, construction workers, and I want them to build 2 billion homes. So now guess what? We are now putting more homes out in the market. Now let me ask you guys a very important question. Are these homes, these initial 3 here, are these initial 3 still going to be worth $10 million, $12 million, $9 million? No. These homes are no longer worth $10 million, $12 million, and $9 million. And the reason why they're not worth that much anymore is because there's more of a supply. These homes may be worth $500,000 now. And why are they only worth $500,000? They were just $12 million. Well, before we had everyone fighting over 3 homes. Now we have a home for everyone. So if someone wants to charge $9 million, they just say, okay, I'm going to go to this guy instead. He's charging $500,000. Because when there's more supply, there's more options. You could think about it as, any collector item. Think about it as a special car if you guys like cars. Some cars are very valuable because there's only 200 of them. Imagine if there were 2 million of them. They wouldn't be very collectible because everyone has one. So when we have, let's say, BHAT, and BHAT, the statistics on BHAT says there's only 3 million shares available. That's a very small amount. There's only 3 million shares available, and that's it. And they came out and they said that they were going to add more shares. But now they just said, never mind. Never mind. Right? Let's just keep these 3 million shares. We're terminating that offering. Well, now everyone sees that as a very good positive news, and everyone wants basically these limited edition shares. And now BHAT has just gone on a very big spike because of that. Now BHAT has gone on that very big move. BHAT has gone on that rip and run and that climb. And that's what made BHAT go on the spike. Now, you know what's so cool about BHAT? BHAT was able to get such good volume and such good hype and such good action and such good momentum. When you guys take a look over on BHAT right here, this play was pretty predictable. And I had a very popular question people always ask me is, what does it mean when someone says, hey, like we're on the back half of a stock, a back half of a breakout, the back half of a level 2, or a back half of a supernova? Essentially what it means is this. BHAT, this would be the first half of BHAT. When you take a look at BHAT, we can all tell that this play has just been a solid climber. We could see that every single time it comes on down, bounce off the trend line, bounce off the trend line, bounce off the trend line, bounce off the trend line. This play at this moment has been superb, has been perfect. All you have to do on BHAT is bounce it and bounce it and bounce it and bounce it. Every single time, if you bought near the trend line, you would have won. If you bought near the trend line, had a support line, or again, a stop loss, had a stop loss, had a stop loss, look at this. You would have won $200, $700, $800, $200, and maybe you try it right here and you end up losing. Okay, you lose $100. You would have been able to trade 4 times in a row, and you would have been able to make money every single time. The 5th time, you would have taken a small loss as it cracked on over. But then what did we see? We saw the stock start dropping and fading and start getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And this is where it formed a downtrend. And it's the same exact thing. Once this stock formed a downtrend, you could see we hit the downtrend, we hit the downtrend, we hit the downtrend, we hit the downtrend, and then finally it broke through it. Isn't that crazy? Crazy to think about and crazy to see. I mean, when you just kind of say to yourself, hey, look how easy this can be at times. If I just bought every single time as the stock bounced off the trend line, I could have had success. I could have bought every single time we came down towards the trend line, and I could have had some great success there. All right? Now, what do we have? If we take a look over on BHAT, There are some people that are just shaking their heads today and saying, I cannot believe it. Because what did they do? They saw a spike, they bought in, they ended up losing. They saw a spike, they bought in, they ended up losing. Every single time that they bought in on the every single time that they jumped in on it, they ended up losing. They jumped in on it, they ended up losing. They jumped in on it, they ended up losing. Every single time we saw spike drop, spike drop, spike drop, spike drop, spike drop. You cannot be the trader. You cannot be the person that is just waiting for spikes to get dumped on, waiting for a spike to get dumped on. Stop doing that. Stop buying at the tops, because if all you do is wait for a spike to get dumped on, you will never be successful in this market. You need to start getting to the habit of buying low, buying at the bottoms. That's where you have the most success. Okay? Now, I want to keep our eyes peeled. I want to see, BHAT. Where is this play going to be going towards next? And what I mean by, of course, the back half, if you still don't get the point, is we are going to have the front half, which is going to be the way on up, which is going to be all bulls. That's going to be that very big spike. And then the moment that the stock cracked its trend line, the moment that the stocks start getting weaker, that's where we have the bears. And the bears are essentially winning, where at this moment, we're still on more of a downtrend than the upside. So if we just kind of broke this right on down the middle here, what would you guys say? We broke this right on down the middle. Anything on this side? This is, again, the first half. This is the first half of the game. Everything right here. That's not how you spell half. It's just, you ever just have your fingers just go in a direction? First half right there. And then what do we have? Essentially, we have over here. This side is going to be the second half of the game. And over here is just the second half. So, who is currently winning? And I don't know why it's doing, my hands are doing that. But, at this point, it's the shorters. We have our first half, which is the bulls, the second half, which are the bears. Do I want to go, right? Ask, do I want to go on the long side here? Do I want to go on the long side at this moment? The answer is no. I don't want to go on the long side right now. This is not, the side that I want to be fighting. I don't want to be going on the bullish side at the moment. Going on the bullish side doesn't really seem like the best idea unless we break through this downtrend. Let's see here. Nope, we're still not breaking through this downtrend. We want to figure out when we trade. When we're trading stocks, we want to figure out, hey, do I want to go on the bullish side or the bear side? Do I want to be going long or short? At this time, I see we're in the second half. Bears are winning the second half. We are on a downtrend. I could see most people are selling their plays. I could see we don't have any sort of strength. I do not want to be on the long side at this moment. You have more going against you than you have going for you. Correct? So make sure you guys think these through. Make sure every single trade that you guys do put yourself in, you start, being able to understand that profit, being able to understand where you can make that money. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns about that? Please let me know, and I will be more than happy to help you out. Right now, it's $259 in the market. Also, how is the entire stock market doing as a whole today? Stock market is pretty even today. The stock market has been pretty even. We haven't seen any sort of ginormous, dumps or spikes. Essentially, what did we have? We had the Dow spike on up, then dump on off, then come back on up. We basically had spike, dump, little bit of spike back on up. So nothing really too crazy. Where's like Tesla at? Tesla's a little in the red, back on down towards 695 at this moment. Right, I talked to you guys yesterday about how we're just in a small little relief rally. I think we will. I do think we will get back up towards around 380-ish or so. But then I do think the stock market's going to turn very hard, very quickly, in a very quick fashion. So I do want the S&P 500. We'll keep our eyes peeled on this one. BHAT, still our number one play. We'll like to see if that one could spike or dump. We also had PETZ today. That one's looking a little bit weaker at this moment. FSTX, that one got acquired this morning. Nothing going on with that play. Let's go back to a 5-minute time frame so you can see the entire day. Notice how FSTX is just kind of moving sideways. Nothing you need there. BHAT, that one spiked on up, is sitting right around 291. Still, again, leaning more towards a short than a long. PETZ basically spiked up in the middle of the day, started giving everything right back on down. DAWN, that was a top gainer last week. Remember DWN? Hey, that one's still trying. I don't mind it. You know, you take a look over on DAWN. I feel like this is a little sleeper pick right here. Hero Trader, Active Trader. You know, DAWN. This was a play. What was the news like 2 weeks ago? Let's go down through a trip through memory lane here. I want to say 8 days ago, 9 days ago. No. 9 days. There's something good here. It says 11 days ago. It says it came out with positive initial data from its Firefly 1 trial for pediatric low-grade glioma. So we do have essentially positive trials, which brought in some hype and momentum. We do have AWN, which has just been a slow and steady climber. The float is 23 million, and this has been a play that spiked, gave some back, but day after day after day, it has been trying to work its way on up. G Calante as an offering too. The little thing about offerings though, just a heads up. If we have an offering and the stock, it keeps moving up higher, it shows that that offering hasn't even affected that play. Whenever you have an offering, if a stock comes out with an offering, 9 out of 10 of them will do what? Stock is moving on up, offering comes out, it crashes all the way back down to nothing. If you ever see a stock come out with an offering, such as it's going up, offering comes on out, and it still goes on up, then that stock is a beast. Then it's like, that's like breaking through the barrier. It's doing something that most trades can't, and that show even stronger sign of strength. So when you have an offering, it should dump a stock nearly every single time. But if it comes out with an offering and the stock doesn't dump, that shows how strong the stock is, and it probably will go up even higher. So DAWN right now, this is a good solid play. What else do we have here? PEV. PEV didn't do anything today. Nothing on PEV. Did a new IPO today. IE? Nope. I think IE is going to come out tomorrow then on its Friday. WEBR. Just trying to find any sort of play right here. WEBR, $10 up to $12. Let's see what we got here. WEBR. Stock went from $10 up towards around 12, 200-day moving average, got up towards 12.25. Top resistance line that we'd like to see if this one did start spiking all the way up towards around like $13. So I'm just looking at, past old highs up towards around $13, $13.10. WEBR bounce play off 13.10, crashed on down, moved back up towards around 13.10. Stock, definitely has potential, but it seems like it's going to have trouble going back underneath the 200-day moving average. So WEBR back underneath the 200-day moving average, most likely will slowly start dropping and slowly start fading. I just want to see if there's going to be any sort of strong power hour move right here. CRSP, see what we got. CRSP, slow and steady, working its way on up. Nice green candle. That's a slow and steady play. $65 resistance. And my goal today would be, hey, can we get, it's like you got to find that balance. That balance between us saying, hey, let's go ahead and force a trade versus, hey, let's stay disciplined and stay smart. PETZ still trying to slowly move on up here. Looking for that best possible, climb. PETZ 264 just spiked up towards around that 310ish mark. Let's go back to it really quickly, like a 3-minute time frame. PETZ, we could be able to make a couple bucks. BHAT just seems like it's going to be moving sideways the rest of the day. I want to go through some previous top gainers. AERC, if it could ever get back above $13, does anyone think, just a little heads up? I know a lot of people probably have forgotten AERC, but would anyone think a bounce play is going to be coming up tomorrow on AERC? I feel like a lot of people are overlooking this stock. If you take a look over on AERC, you've had a massive spike. It just went from $23, came all the way down towards a low of around $11.71. I wouldn't be shocked if we see the stock, essentially get back above $13 and bounce back up towards like $14, $15 tomorrow, and then it starts coming back on down. But I do think you could easily get a bounce over on AERC if you are interested in a swing trade tonight. I don't think that's a bad example. I don't think that's a bad look. So AERC, possible swing trade on the long side where you could get a nice dip buy. See if that one could start moving its way on up. Remember, we got all these different plays here. I always like to keep my morning newsletter up and open. You know, I always like to look at, you know, my watch list from this morning. You know, are any of these plays starting to move themselves on up? Are we seeing BHAT start getting any sort of hype? Right now, moving sideways. What about SIGA? Remember SIGA? SIGA is trying to creep its way up a little bit higher. We can still keep our eyes peeled on that one. What about REV? Number one top supernova over the past, again, few days. Nothing really happening over on REV. CNSP got bought out. That stock, you know, not doing anything. How about VEDU? VEDU, new IPO play. Fortunately, VEDU starting to give a lot back. And then, of course, I just always have my eyes on Tesla just to see what Tesla does. You know, see if I can close above that 700 region. Yeah, I don't think SIGA is a bad play. If SIGA can start, you know, getting a little bit more volume, you know, it definitely could take on off. SIGA squeezes up through, again, that 1350-ish mark. We break through 1350. We start getting that next leg up towards around $16. I mean, SIGA could definitely make a nice move. Had tried to spike in pre-market today and then ended up giving a whole lot back. DAWN. AGRX still watching. You know, I'm going to give this day probably 5 more minutes. If I don't see anything, I don't want to force anything, team. And that's the one of the hardest things about stock trading. One of the hardest things about stock trading is when you want to make money, you want to trade, you haven't made a trade yet today, and you're like, okay, I'm going to trade. You jump in on a trade, lose $500, and then you just say, why the heck did I just jump in on that play? If I want to, again, lose $500, I'd rather lose $500 on doing something different. And what do I mean by that? Maybe, again, lose $500 by, I don't know, you know, going out and buying a ticket to a comedy show, losing $500 by having a fancy restaurant with friends and family, you know, not just randomly say to ourselves, hey, I haven't traded yet today. Let me throw away $500 before I, again, have a little bit of discipline. So I want to give this, you know, maybe about 5 more minutes here, see if there's anything that is going to present itself. And if not, then I'm just going to wait most likely until tomorrow morning. G Calante, CRSP will crack the trend line soon, $65. CRSP, yeah, right now CRSP, I believe that one's just slow and steady. I know you, Alex Vaughn, watching that one. I like it. Let's just, again, watch that trend line. That's what it comes down to. So it's right on that trend line area, and it does need to crack that trend line for you to be able to make that profit. $65, top resistance going across the board here. You do have the stock right around the 64.90 mark. Needs to crack through that uptrend, and then it could start giving some back. Little side note as well, if you guys are not here this morning, I always want you guys to be able to watch and rewatch the boot camp lessons. So if anyone was not here this morning and wants to rewatch the boot camp lesson, make sure you guys click the YouTube, scroll on back. You can grab the red bar and just scroll that bad boy all the way on back. And as you scroll back farther and farther and farther, you'll have access to the boot camp lessons. Trying to find exactly where they are, but yep, you guys can, oh, they're all the way in the beginning, excuse me. So yep, just scroll all the way on back, and you will be able to find them. Remember, we always do the boot camps right around 11 o'clock. So the thing that I'm always looking for whenever I try to do the boot camp is just look at the little clock in the bottom right-hand corner and just always put it towards around 11:10, 11:15. Once you, again, put it right towards around 11:10 to 11:15, you always are going to be putting us right next to the boot camp times. So just a little heads up, you know, we went over market orders and limit orders today. That was our boot camp lesson, and you can rewatch that for the rest of the day so that you'll be all set, ready to go. You got CRSP still trying to squeeze itself. Tesla, little pop on up towards around 700. We can throw the VWAP indicator on that. But I think the blue chips, as I said, blue chips are going to be, I think, slightly rising for the next week straight. Slightly rising for the next week straight. That's it. Slightly rising next week. And then earnings season starts on off. Remember, July earnings season is when everything's going to really start getting ugly, where everything's really going to start jumping and fading and really start falling apart in a stronger fashion. FSTX. Right now, traders, I do want to open up the floor to anyone over on Tradecaster. Do you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns to me? Because you guys are catching my vibe a little bit. I don't see anything at this moment, team. I don't want to put myself just to lose. You know, I want to, of course, jump on the mic, make sure that we're all here, getting ready to rock and roll. But at the same time, I want to be a mentor, not a mentor where I'm just going to, again, lead you down a path of fantasy dreams and Lamborghinis. I want to make sure I'm being a real mentor, which is, hey, sometimes if there's no trade to make, sometimes the best trade is no trade. I'd rather have you guys keep $5,000 than just to spend $400 and say you traded just to lose. Have discipline in your trading. I'm not seeing something that is looking good right now. I'm not seeing anything that is worth jumping in on. I know the stock market opens on up bright and early tomorrow morning, and I know that we are going to be back after it, getting ready to take it on our Friday morning as we always are. But I'm not going to force right now, traders. I'm really not, and I'm just not seeing anything that is looking, too great for me. The stock market is essentially even. BHAT isn't really spiking that much anymore. We have a few little plays that I think I'll have more opportunity if I save my money and start fresh tomorrow morning. All right. So any final questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know. Please type them out over the next few seconds here. So you guys are all set. And then, of course, we got a Friday morning ahead. Cool Breeze, how low do you think BHAT dumps down towards? Well, BHAT at this time, it's still holding. It would have to for its next leg on down. Just a heads up, you got two things you got to break. For its next leg on down, you need to crack the VWAP. That's going to get rid of 90% of buyers. The stock is still considered bullish on the day until it cracks the VWAP. The black line, the VWAP, is always going to basically be like the last line of support. If you crack the last line of support, the VWAP, that's when it usually starts turning. But at this point, the VWAP is still holding, and you do have a very slight uptrend, which is still showing that there's some life on this play. So has BHAT gotten slightly beaten up since it ran all the way up 350%? Absolutely. But it still is holding the VWAP. It still has slightly higher lows. When it does start falling on down, it'll go all the way back down towards around $2. But it is still holding too well at this time. All right. Hey, great question. Great question. Team, traders, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all the traders who have joined us today, YouTube traders, Tradecaster members, this community here. It is incredible. You guys are incredible. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for all support that you guys show every single day. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for, again, participating in the chat and doing such a great job. To all of our top traders with AK and Alex Vaughn, Active Trader, Taylor Trader, J Trades. We're talking about 419 Tech. All, again, the amazing traders that are here. Mel, I want to make sure that you guys are, of course, enjoying it, making sure you're gaining education. And, of course, from all of our traders that are just showing up and making the community what it is. You guys make this community so great. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see everyone back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Renard, James B, Fly on the Wall, be right. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Let's do it, team. You guys know it. In 3, 2, 1. Ow. 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 Have a good night, team.
nothing you can do to take me away. There's nothing more to do to take me away. In fact, the love is gone, no more words to say. There's nothing more to do for you. There's nothing you can do to take me away. There's nothing more to do to take me away. In fact, the love is gone, no more words to say. There's nothing more to do for you to take me away. Way, 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 take me away. Take me away. There's nothing you can do. No more words to say to take me away. To take me away. There's nothing you can do to take me away. There's nothing more to do to take me away. In fact, the love is gone, no more words to say. There's nothing more to do for you. There's nothing you can do to take me away. There's nothing more to do to take me away. In fact, the love is gone, no more words to say. There's nothing more to do for you. In fact, the love is gone, no more words to say. There's nothing more to do for you to take me away. To take me away. To take me away. I'm hopeless in the crossfire. There's nowhere to go. I'm holding my desires. My heart overflows. The only direction that I'll ever need is the deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat. Your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. 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 Lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. No words can change the future of us. The waves, they break, but we are enough. The only direction that I'll ever need is the deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat. Your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. 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 Lost in your love. I'm lost in your
I think I'm falling in love. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling I can't ignore. Oh yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. What I'm saying is no lie, no lie, no lie, yeah, no lie. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine.
beat me. I've already lost before the war began. You make it look easy, don't you? I never really had a chance, and that's fine with me. You can have everything you see. You can take all my money and everything from me as long as you're next to me. So don't hold me back anything more. All that's everything. Every day I fall for something new. There's a magic within you. There's a magic within you. Magic within you. Nobody gets me the way you do. It's more than a feeling in me. It's in everything that you do. And that's fine with me. You can have everything you see. You can take all my money and everything from me as long as you're next to me. So don't hold me back anything more. All that's everything. Every day I fall for something new. There's a magic within you.
I'm lost and I'm frozen.
I got something I need to tell you, something I can't keep inside. Been eating at me day and night, and I can't put up this fight. I'm falling down, falling deeper. I feel so close to the pavement.
I don't know where I am. I'm lost and I'm frozen. I don't know where I am. I'm lost and I'm frozen. I'm lost and I'm frozen.
Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Yeah, I'm rock the party. Let's go. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage. Coming to the stage, this is how we rage.
Coming to the stage, this is how we rage.
Feel me in the darkness. Like shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the sunlight. Through the sunlight. Through the sunlight.
I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. so soon. Even when our love goes separate, even if you choose to run away, run away, run away. You run away, have my mind. Still I'll stand behind you. Run away, have my mind. I need time to figure out what went